Okay, Mayor, we are ready to go.
Excellent. Thank you, Clerk Minor. So it is Monday, May 18th at 5:03 p.m. I'd like to call this special and virtual meeting of the Palo Alto City Council to order. Could the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Mayor Filseth.
Councilmember Filseth is here.
Councilmember Filseth. Somebody put this in here and they put it in the wrong location. And I'm looking at it. Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Thank you. So our first order of business is a closed session. Item number A conference with labor negotiators, including the Utilities Management and Professional Association at Palo Alto, SEIU Local 521, SEIU Local 521, the hourly unit, the Palo Alto Police Officers Association, the Fire Chiefs Association, the International Association of Firefighters, and Palo Alto Police Managers Association. This item is scheduled from 5 to 6 p.m., though I suspect we may go a little bit longer. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. So a motion by Councilmember Niss, second by Councilmember Cormack. Let's please vote in order. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, so this passes by a 7-0 vote. We're now going to go into closed session using a separate Zoom meeting. And I think members of the public will see a green screen or some kind of informational screen while we're in closed session. Is that correct?
That is correct. And there are 4 attendees right now. Would you like to see if any of them would like to speak regarding the closed session?
Thank you for the reminder. I should have asked that before we vote. Would any of the attendees joining us at this time like to speak to the closed session item? If so, please raise your hand.
Mayor, we have 1 speaker. Jeremy Ehrman, go ahead on the closed session.
Hello, City Council and staff. Thank you. Obviously, I don't know exactly what's being negotiated since, of course, it's a closed session. But given the situation that we all find ourselves in, I assume that you're discussing city salaries, possibly raises or cuts, or changes to what has been previously agreed or what might be agreed. So I really hope that everyone keeps the large picture in view, that everyone is really on the same side here, and everyone is trying to move forward to make Palo Alto the best city that it can be in these difficult times, to preserve services and jobs that are in a very precarious situation. So I hope that everyone really negotiates in good faith and uses this as an opportunity to try to improve things for everyone really in this city. So I wish you all the best of luck and hope that this is a successful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy. There are no other speakers at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ehrman, for that comment. I really apologize we didn't get to you before the vote. Okay, let's go into closed session. We are scheduled to be out of closed session in an hour, so at about 6:05, but sometimes these take a bit longer. So we now leave this meeting and use the other one, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll see you all in a few. 32, and council has returned from closed session with no reportable actions. So we now return to our session. I really apologize that took an hour and a half longer than we thought it would. We'll try to budget time better in the future. Our next item is item number 1, a study session on the city's transportation analysis methodology to comply with State Senate Bill 743. Does staff want to kick us off with a presentation?
Yes, let me ask, thank you, Mayor and council members. Let me ask Philip Cami, our Chief Transportation Official, to lead off the presentation for staff.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. Actually, I'm just going to be handing this presentation over to Sylvia Starlack, our transportation planning manager, and she's going to be also having some presentation from some of our consultants.
Thanks, Philip. Good evening, council members and members of the public. Transportation and planning staff are here with our consultant team from Fair and Peers to inform you about changes in state law regarding the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. You're not being asked to take an action tonight. We're here to listen to your discussion following our presentation of the anticipated staff recommendations for thresholds of significance and project screening criteria. We'll return in June with an action item. Next slide, thanks. Via Senate Bill, oh, next slide, sorry. I think I'm ready to go. So our focus tonight is on the decisions that the city must make in June to set a local CEQA VMT baseline and project screening criteria. Thanks. Via Senate Bill 743, the state legislature directed cities to change how they determine significant transportation impacts under CEQA. Cities can no longer use level of service, also known as LOS, a measure of vehicle delay, in order for an environmental document to be considered valid. The Governor's Office of Planning and Research, or OPR, requires adoption of the new impact thresholds using the new methodology by July 1st, 2020, very soon. Given the state's deadline and the city's efforts to update the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, or SCAP, with respect to our 80 by 30 goal, we are proposing to adopt OPR's guidance and thresholds as Palo Alto's initial framework starting July 1st. Once the SCAP is completed, the council will be able to revise these initial thresholds if desired to better align with the SCAP's greenhouse gas reduction goals. While cities must switch to a different metric for calculating transportation impact under CEQA, cities may use LOS to determine if a project is consistent with local plans. Per Comp Plan Policy 2.3, Palo Alto will retain level of service to assess local transportation impacts. And staff will present council with an LOS policy for adoption next month when we come back to you on this VMT item. We are working hard to meet the July 1st deadline. Not meeting this deadline will likely cause current and future projects to experience delays. In the slides that follow, our consultant, Bob Grandy from Fair and Peers, will further explain the intent and requirements of SB 743, as well as the city's likely recommended thresholds. Bob?
Thank you, Sylvia. The intent of SB 743 is to ensure that the environmental impacts of traffic are addressed and mitigated through CEQA based on statewide goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, promote public health through active transportation, and encourage infill development. To accomplish this objective, the legislation required use of a new transportation evaluation methodology for CEQA and directed the Governor's Office of Planning and Research to identify the methodology and implement the change. In December 2018, the California Natural Resources Agency adopted a CEQA guidelines update package that includes a section implementing SB 743. OPR also released a technical advisory with guidance on evaluating transportation impacts using VMT. Lead agencies must develop their own VMT thresholds of significance for determining when projects have significant environmental traffic impacts. The purpose of the OPR technical advisory is to provide technical recommendations regarding assessment of VMT, screening criteria, thresholds of significance, and mitigation measures. The advisory recommends use of VMT as a key metric to determine CEQA traffic impacts. There are three options for setting local VMT thresholds. As noted by Sylvia earlier, we're proposing to adopt OPR guidance and thresholds as Palo Alto's initial CEQA framework starting July 1. Once the SCAP update process is completed, the council may decide to revise the VMT thresholds to better align with the SCAP GHG reduction goals. The first step in applying the new VMT process will be to determine if a project meets one of several screening criteria. The purpose of the screening criteria is to quickly identify projects that would either reduce VMT or are low VMT generators. For these projects, a project would be presumed to have a less than significant VMT impact. A qualitative discussion would be provided to justify the conclusion, and no mitigation would be required. Now on this slide, we list a half a dozen different projects that are proposed screening recommendations, ranging from small projects to residential and office projects in low VMT zones, and from initial data provided by VTA, who is developing a tool for the city to do map-based screening. Residential projects and portions of Palo Alto may be screened under the second bullet. Also, low VMT projects within a half mile of major transit stations or a bus stop on a high quality transit corridor, affordable housing, local serving retail, and transit, bicycle, and pedestrian infrastructure projects would all be candidates for screening in this first step. For projects that do not meet one of those screening criteria, a quantitative VMT analysis would be required to assess whether a project exceeds a defined VMT threshold and thus results in an impact. If a significant VMT impact is identified, mitigations would be required. VMT thresholds are needed for each of these three types of projects, whether they be land use projects, land use plans, or transportation projects that require a CEQA analysis. Our last 7 slides describe proposed VMT thresholds for the most common land use projects that would be evaluated by the city. Most projects fall into one of 3 types, residential, office, or retail, and OPR recommends a different threshold approach for each. So this slide shows VMT data normalized on a per capita basis for both the city of Palo Alto and the county of Santa Clara as a whole. The data was provided by VTA, and the source is the Santa Clara County VTA travel model. These are the VMT metrics that OPR recommends for evaluating housing and office projects. On the top row, the home-based VMT per capita line, which is for residential uses, shows that housing in Palo Alto is a much lower VMT generator than housing on a countywide average. That's the 9.48, being about 30% lower than the 13.33 number. The next line, the lower line, the employment-based VMT per employee line, which is for office uses, shows that Palo Alto office uses generate a VMT at a rate similar to the countywide average. The preliminary high-level conclusion from this data is that housing projects in Palo Alto are much less likely to cause significant VMT impacts than office projects because they are lower, substantially lower than the countywide average. For residential projects that are not screened, the project VMT per capita must be 15% less than either the regional or the citywide average. We understand that council stated desire to encourage development of new housing in Palo Alto, and based on this policy, we propose basing the residential threshold on the regional average. Since, as I just mentioned, data provided by VTA indicates that the existing VMT per capita in Palo Alto is about 29% lower than the countywide average, which is very similar to the regional average. Future residential projects in Palo Alto that would be required to conduct a quantitative VMT analysis that's measured against this regional average are likely to have less than significant VMT impacts. For office projects, the VMT per capita must be 15% less than the regional average to have a less than significant impact. VTA provided VMT data for Palo Alto, which indicates existing VMT per employee is about 1% higher than the county average, meaning that office uses in Palo Alto are a similar VMT generator compared to the regional average, and as such, future office projects are likely to have a significant VMT impact. OPR recommends estimating total change in VMT is the best way to analyze a retail project's transportation impacts. This would be done by comparing forecasts of total VMT for an area, typically city or county scale, between a no project and a plus project scenario. If the project scenario with the retail project causes an increase in area VMT over the no project scenario without a retail project, a significant VMT impact would occur. The next two slides, which conclude my presentation, provide examples of the VMT process and outcome for an illustrative residential and office project. This first slide addresses a situation where a strict commercial use is replaced with a multifamily residential use. Under scenario A on the left, if the residential use is affordable housing, or is it within a low VMT zone, or along a high frequency corridor, transit corridor, any of those three, it would be screened out and presumed to have a less significant impact and require no mitigation. Under scenario B on the right, where the project does not meet the screening criteria, a quantitative VMT analysis would be conducted. Most of these multifamily projects would likely have less significant effects based on the quantitative analysis and the VMT threshold. For those that do cause a significant impact, it is likely that mitigations are available to reduce impacts to a less than significant level. This last slide addresses a situation where an existing office is replaced with a more intense office use. Under scenario A on the left, if the office is along a high frequency transit corridor and meets several other criteria relating to density and reduced parking, it would be screened and presumed to have a less than significant effect. Under scenario B, where it does not meet the screening criteria, a quantitative analysis would be conducted, and it's likely that office projects that are not screened would result in a significant impact and require mitigations. With that summary, I'll turn it over to Sylvia for the wrap-up slide.
Thanks, Bob. Our next steps are to return to council in June with a recommendation and resolution to adopt screening criteria and VMT thresholds, as well as an LOS policy. And after adoption of a VMT resolution and LOS policy, staff will develop and bring to council a TDM ordinance update. And finally, at the direction of council, following the SCAP update adoption expected in 2021, staff could return to adjust CEQA thresholds to align with SCAP policies. This concludes our presentation. We're available to answer questions and are interested in your discussion about the impact thresholds and project screening criteria.
Thank you all so much. Let's first go to members of the public. I see a couple raised hands. And if the clerk would please help me with these members of the public so they can provide their comments.
Michael Eckwell, it is your turn to speak. You have 2 minutes to speak. If you're watching on YouTube, please turn your YouTube down so that we don't have the feedback that we get due to the delay in YouTube. Go ahead. Go ahead, Michael.
I wanted to speak public comments not related to this issue.
Okay, then we'll lower your hand. And when we get to that, if you'll raise your hand again, that will be great. Maya Mazur Hoffman, it's your turn to speak. If you'd like to speak on this, please let me know.
I'm here as a part of the Teen Arts Council, and we have like a couple of us that are going to speak on it.
So it's on oral communications you wish to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please keep your hands. Gonna lower your hands. And please raise them again if you wish to speak on this item. Kathy Jordan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. In listening to this, I'd like to ask whether these VMT calculations differ based on non-emitting vehicles versus those vehicles that do emit greenhouse gases. Presumably, non-emitting vehicles would not merit discrimination against this mode of travel in favor of mass transit. So I would ask and question why VMT would not differentiate if it does not, since these are radically different types of vehicles. I also wanted to note that pre-COVID, mass transit ridership has been declining in California and in the Bay Area, despite massive public investments. A recent UCLA transportation study discussed that. Post-COVID, I think we're all familiar that mass transit use, including on Caltrain, ridership has plummeted. Caltrain's ridership, for example, has declined by 98%, according to Jim Hartnett, who gave a presentation. Traveling on mass transit, as we may know, is currently a health hazard due to the coronavirus, which may live on certain surfaces, and due to the proximity to other people in a contained space in mass transit. Telecommuting or remote working as a mode of commuting just recently passed mass transit use in the United States. This trend will likely continue post-COVID. Summing up, mass transit ridership is not working well for people who need to commute or travel, as evidenced by the ridership declines, despite massive public investments. And talking about VMT without differentiating between non-emitting vehicles and emitting vehicles does not seem to be accurate or useful. So I would urge the City Council to consider all of these items in making any proposals going forward.
Thank you, Kathy. Max Rosenblum, you have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead. Max, you have 2 minutes to speak.
I'm sorry, is this on the stuff that's on the agenda or on the oral communications portion?
This is on the study session.
Oh, I'm sorry then. I was meant to do for the oral communication portion. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Anika, you have 2 minutes. Do you wish to speak on this or on oral communications? She lowered her hand. Mayor Fine, that appears to be all the speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you very much, Clerk Minor. So let's return to council for questions and comments. Remember, this is just a study session. Staff will bring this back to us before the end of the fiscal year. So please hit your hand if you have any comments. Okay, Councilmember Phil Seth, followed by Vice Mayor Du Bois.
I had a real quick question. So you talked about the test of VMT was with project versus not with project. But was the criteria total VMT that is across the region, or was it average VMT across the region? Which was it?
So that was for retail uses. For a retail project, you would test the total VMT. It depends on the scale of the project. If it were a smaller retail project, you would likely look at a citywide scale of all VMT generated within the city of Palo Alto. If it's a larger project, you might look at a countywide total. But in those cases, for retail projects, we're looking at total VMT. So VMT generated by all uses. So the issue is how does the retail project move the needle in terms of total VMT for that area, with or without the project. For other uses like residential and office, it's specific to the individual use or individual project that you're evaluating.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Phil Seth. Next, I have Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes, thank you. Some questions here. So I understand that we're going to use this VTA tool, and I'm just curious, how does it account for local traffic conditions on local streets? What is the source of the data used in the tool, and is there a certain level of street that it can model?
So good question. The VTA tool that is being under development will be completed within the next 4 to 6 weeks. is to assist the city with doing the screening process for VMT. So what it'll allow is for either city staff or an applicant to enter information about a project, its specific location, the parcel where it's located, and the project characteristics, and determine whether or not that project can be screened for VMT purposes. And if it is not eligible for screening, then you would have to do a quantitative VMT analysis. So that tool would not address local traffic street, on the street system.
And is there this may be more for our staff, but I'm wondering like what that's going to look like with VMT. Would there be an appeal process if there's a disagreement about whether it has an impact or no impact?
I'm not sure, Bob, if other cities have had if anyone has had an issue with this yet, because it's a new thing.
I assume we're going to update our ordinances and when people can appeal, and maybe we don't.
If I can, that's something that we could build into the process as we develop it, and that certainly makes sense.
Okay.
Right. Perhaps just to clarify, Councilmember, there are a couple of thresholds here. One is the threshold that leads to more detailed analysis, and that's the initial trigger. And then the other being definition of significant impact. I think that probably both can be addressed through the policy that we'll be developing.
Yeah, so I think I generally agree with the initial VMT thresholds. I read our materials, I read some materials for some other cities. I was curious now with the VTA route changes, do we actually have any bus routes with 15-minute headways all day long?
I believe on El Camino Real.
On El Camino Real.
Okay. And you know, this SB 743, you talked about transportation projects that don't result in an increase in vehicle capacity. Does that mean that SB 743 prevents us from ever increasing vehicle capacity on a street?
Not necessarily. If there would be a couple of different ways to address that. Number one, if you had a capacity increasing project, you would not be screening it out. You would be doing a quantitative assessment. So what it does is directs you to evaluate that capacity increasing project and identify what level of impacts and whether you can mitigate. The other direction that you would likely take, I think, if you were going to build a capacity increasing project, is to potentially address that through your comprehensive plan update and amending it into your comprehensive plan. And if you have done that and addressed that through a larger CEQA process with your comprehensive plan, that can often provide you with the subsequent CEQA coverage to address that project downstream.
Okay, I think I got that.
Doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means that you would have to go through a process of evaluating the impacts and working on mitigations.
Yeah. So we didn't really talk much about LOS tonight, and we did ask to keep it as a local criteria in our comp plan. I think LOS helps us with noise, with air quality. And I do think when we come back in June, it would be interesting to have a talk about LOS levels of threshold as well. I think ours are quite a bit higher than like Menlo Park, which is neighboring us. And I think, getting a little more detail about how LOS and VMT can work together would be interesting. One more question on the retail VMT. So I understand, for locally serving shops, the idea is people are going to drive less. How would it apply to a regional shopping destination like the Stanford Mall? Would that score poorly under VMT and perhaps require CEQA analysis?
It would likely require, an addition would likely require a I would back up and say it probably depends upon what use is being added. As an example, if it were to be a use that doesn't exist in the area, say if you add a retail use, even a grocery store in a neighborhood that doesn't have access to groceries, that could be considered a positive influence on VMT. And so it kind of depends on the retail type, but if it is a retail use that is more regional serving, then what you would see in that case for say, the shopping center, expansion of the shopping center, is they would be required to do a quantitative VMT analysis and identify potential ways, if there is an impact, identify potential ways to mitigate.
And kind of my last question, could you just walk us through, like, what does that look like? So let's say Stanford Shopping Mall didn't exist. For some reason we wanted to create it, and it was a regional destination. What are the steps we would go through? We would probably be adding vehicle miles traveled. How would we mitigate that if it was meant to be a regional destination?
Well, there are tools that you have in the near term, and then tools that are potentially longer term that are now being developed for mitigating the potential VMT impacts. In the near term, it would be potential items such as implementing active transportation improvements or transit-related improvements that would offset the increase in VMT. So that's probably where you would start, is looking at those kinds of improvements. There's also the potential for instance, the larger complex to either expand or add shuttle service for employees that would allow employees to shuttle from transit to the shopping center. And that's a way to potentially offset. Longer term, there are discussions ongoing about developing VMT exchanges and mitigation banks. This will require some time to implement. And these are potential ways for projects a few years down the line to address VMT impacts. And I would say the last option is potentially a number of agencies are looking at converting or adjusting their impact fee program to be more based on VMT generation as compared to vehicle trips. So that's another opportunity there in sort of the mid to long term. So there's a short-term possibilities related to taking advantage of or making additional active transportation and transit-related improvements and providing alternatives for employees, and then the longer-term options around mitigation banks and exchanges.
Wow, interesting. So I think I'll wrap up there. Again, I would like us to revisit our LOS thresholds in terms of what's the level of significant traffic impact as we come back and talk about these thresholds. But again, I think these initial thresholds make a lot of sense. We'll get used to this process. And then as staff has said, we could come back and look at it again, maybe under the SCAP. So thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Two quick questions. So one of the members of the public asked about emitting versus non-emitting, like electric car versus, let's say, a gas-powered car, right? How does that factor in terms of the VMT?
It's a very good question, because the VMT calculations that are done take into account the vehicle fleet mix. And so what we're doing is, this is a CEQA assessment for say a land use project. If it's not screened and has to do a quantitative analysis, you would do a VMT estimate of the project and compare that to your baseline, which is your benchmark to determine an impact. And that VMT estimate would take into account the fleet mix. So it would take into account the characteristics of that fleet. It'd take into account mode share, so the different modes of travel that are associated with that specific project. So all those would go into the estimate of VMT and the VMT calculation. But I would say that the fleet mix is going to have probably more of an effect on the GHG and the discussions that you'll be seeing with the SCAP and potential avenues in terms of GHG reductions. Then it is going to have an impact on vehicle trip making, which is what the VMT represents. Vehicle trip making is a key input into the GHG emissions, but all of those things will be taken into account for the VMT estimates, and then also the GHG for the SCAP.
So how do they figure out the mode share? I mean, and also would the mode share change over time?
So,
or the fleet mix between both of them, actually?
Yes, so there are two different assessments. We make a near-term and in some cases a long-term assessment of VMT. The near-term assessment will be looking at a project land use type and looking at how it compares to similar land use projects in the city, and then comparing that against the baseline. And the baseline is sort of this constantly moving in time target. So it's going to be, as we move forward, the baseline, which is today 2020, will move forward to 2022 and so forth, and we'll be looking at that new baseline as we move through time, and comparing that near-term VMT estimate for the project. We'll also, for some projects, need to look at a cumulative condition, and that cumulative condition would take into account the change in conditions looking forward, both in terms of fleet mix and mode share. And when we're doing that, when we're looking at future conditions, and even in some cases near-term conditions, we'll be using the VTA travel model, which in and of itself is in a constant state of update in terms of baseline conditions.
Thank you. And then what about, we're all sheltering in place and companies are trying to open back up, especially office use, but a lot of companies like Google says, we're probably going to, allow you guys to work home until December, right? Or like Twitter says, oh, you guys never have to come back, right? So how does that, I think there's been kind of a shift in terms of number of people telecommuting, especially in terms of like office. So how is that factored in, given that this shift might be somewhat permanent for a lot of companies?
Yeah, it's a very good question, because I think the inclination in working with VMT early in the CEQA process, and by early I mean starting in July and moving forward, is to look at conditions pre-COVID and trying to understand what that means in terms of pre-COVID conditions. But then we'll have to take into account the potential effects of increased work from home, reduced transit share, as we look at projects going forward. But we're still gathering data, and there's a lot for us to learn in the months ahead. And so I think it's going to be not sure I can give you the silver bullet answer, but it's going to be something that we're going to, as a transportation industry, going to be watching very closely and adjusting as we go to try and make sure we're accounting for it based on the data that we're able to collect. One thing I will say is we do have the ability now to mine data that comes from GPS and Bluetooth devices and to understand how that affects travel and even VMT, like we didn't have even 2 years or 3 years ago. And so I think we will see the use of big data to try and understand how the travel patterns are emerging, evolving, and how to advise on evaluating these projects going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Koo and Councilmember Nis. I think you had your hand and lowered it, but Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So I was just going to ask, on the emitting and non-emitting questions that has come forward. So obviously you had said that there's a way to look at it, but also is there calculations? Does the VMT also calculate and measure when a car is idling on the freeway, and as well as if they're crawling due to slow traffic and congestion and so forth? So is there a calculation and measurement on that as well?
So what we can do with VMT is estimate total amount of traffic, and we can also estimate speeds on the network using the model. That information then gets incorporated into, so that tells us the total amount of vehicle travel and roughly how fast vehicles are traveling. That information then can be plugged into an analysis of greenhouse gas emissions based on vehicle fleet mix and other characteristics. and give us the GHG outputs that would give us a sense of what the greenhouse gas emissions and even air quality emissions look like with a project. So the VMT is a key input, and part of that input is vehicle speeds, and vehicle speeds directly influence emissions.
And have they already established a baseline of what the air quality and what they're hoping to achieve through the GHG, given the new COVID times, you know, we're with new air quality, or are they still using 1990s calculations or metrics?
There have been no, as far as I know, there have been no new studies released by California Air Resources Board on how to adjust either VMT or GHG reduction targets based on COVID. I think it's, I'm not aware of any data that's been released.
Is there a way to kind of check into that? Because obviously, you know, it's very different at this time, and there's obvious changes to air quality, et cetera. And if we're trying to get clean air, do well by the earth, and all of that good stuff, then we should take the cleanest time and try to achieve that versus what was previously. Is there some way to kind of bring that to OPR?
We can raise that question with OPR.
Yeah, Councilmember, if I might, I think that we're crossing over a little bit from the technical tools to the policy tools. And so just one small example of what you're referring to is, you know, that we've seen the benefit both in terms of traffic congestion and air quality of, quite frankly, sheltering in place, which is an extreme example that we don't expect or want to replicate forever. But that said, I think that using as an example, Sylvia mentioned we're going to come back with the TDM ordinance down the road. And so that will be one of those policy tools that help reinforce, or what's the right word, institutionalize some of the work from home and other expectations that are set between the city and the companies that would occupy the space, you know, again, that are part of any development. So I think there are a couple of pieces, the technical and the policy, with the policy is really being the next step or next few steps down the road.
Okay, thanks for that. Then, you know, with the example about Stanford Shopping Center being a regional shopping center, right? So would that limit what type of businesses can go onto University Avenue, et cetera? You know, given it could be a regional retail or regional, a restaurant that is, you know, that is kind of well known, you know, so will that limit what type of businesses can come onto University and how it's measured and so forth? I know you talk about projects, but then there's also the businesses, right?
My initial thought, and Sylvia, feel free to jump in, my initial thought is no, that wouldn't limit it. That's ultimately a policy decision that council would make. So what we're talking about is the analysis that would be done as part of CEQA, and that would be information you could use as a basis for making a decision. So, so this would be just one of a number of different impact areas that you would have information in CEQA, and then the council would make that ultimate decision based on reviewing all of that as to that project.
And then, for example, you know, within a project, the use can change over time. So when you first measure the VMT and analyze, you know, how do you do it for when it changes to something else? You know, maybe at the beginning it started off as a business that serves the local neighborhood, and then maybe later on in time it becomes something different that is a party flavor store or something that regional uses will come in. Do we do a completely new analysis at that time, or how does that work? Does it address changes in use within that same building?
If I can, I think that would come to the planning and the zoning decisions that are made for that building, not the actual, decision when we're deciding what is initially being constructed there.
Okay. So, on this one here, why is this going to be going to PTC for them to review as well? Or I mean, shouldn't this also be being forwarded to PTC?
So when we come back after the SCAP, if council wants us to come back to reconsider the initial thresholds, we would take it to PTC first and then to council.
But it's not before the July 1st deadline of
Yeah, correct.
So what is the timeline right now? So you're going to be tonight, you want, for us to approve your recommendation, and then you're going to come back in June? Are you coming? So can you just kind of give me a understanding of your timeline?
So I can give you the near term timeline, which is this group will be coming back to you to present on June 15th, an action item, which is to adopt the proposed thresholds for the screening criteria, because if we're going to essentially the state recommended suggested thresholds already have substantive evidence. And so if we're going to deviate from those, we're going to need to ground them. We need to essentially have substantive evidence for why we're deviating from the state thresholds. So that is what we need to adopt before July 1, or else it'll have consequences, potential consequences for projects that are in the pipeline. So that's the goal, is to get it back to council for adoption before July 1.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I want to compliment staff on the staff report. Got to read it twice because it was on the agenda twice. So it laid things out very nicely, to just the right level of information. So kudos. I know these are hard to do sometimes. Thank you also for explaining about OPR, CARB, and SCAP. I had understood the OPR part makes sense. We have to do something now, and then we'll come back with the SCAP. I guess just with OPR and CARB, is there any reason we chose OPR instead of CARB? Just a little color on that would be helpful.
I think most jurisdictions right now, particularly those that are facing the July 1 deadline, are going with the OPR guidance, or adopting the OPR guidance with some minor variations. And usually those variations are within how to interpret the screening criteria, and sometimes they're tightening down the screening criteria. So, and all that would mean is that projects that there may be some question about would have to do a quantitative VMT analysis. And so I think most agencies are moving with that forward with the OPR guidance, because it already has a lot of documentation with respect to substantial evidence that's contained in the technical advisory. And agencies feel like that's the best initial route to go. A number of them, though, that are in the midst either of general plan or comprehensive plan updates or climate action plan updates are saying, well, when we complete those processes, this will be our initial threshold and screening process. But when we complete either our comp plan, general plan, or climate action plan process, we may amend that to reflect community policies in conjunction with the state policies that are embedded in the OPR guidance.
Okay, great.
And I'm sorry,
Go
if
ahead.
I could
Yes, please.
follow up on that. I was just going to say that actually is a great point, that we can continue to monitor and stay engaged and evolve the model and the methods as time or other things indicate that we need to adjust.
Which has pluses and minuses, right? As we evolve things. Okay, great. Then on page 5, So I guess the one that's, I understand the screening out, most of these make sense. First of all, what is the definition of a low VMT area? Is that 15% below the average we saw before? Like what, how do I know that for like the second item in page 5?
That is correct.
Okay, that same 15%, okay. All right, so the projects in proximity to a major transit stop, that's one I'll have to think about over time as to whether or not that's an automatic screen. So I'll look to learn more about that from all of you. And then on the retail, I know you touched on this before. I understand the residential and office ones. Now I'm on page 6. And exactly what, so first of all, retail is going to include services, right? Not just people selling things, even though that's going to have kind of a different flow.
If it's office or related to office type use, then it would be in the office side. If it's retail sales, or most retail sales, that would be in the retail category. So there are 2 different thresholds.
So like medical would be an office, a medical. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. And then I see on page 8, there's a lot of things about TDMs, things like that, unbundled parking. You know, I'm just going to say for so many other places that have super high demand, unbundled parking is just part of the strategy. So I just want to throw that in there. And then Ms. Starlack, you specifically asked, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down, for guidance, thoughts, comments in 2 areas. And I want to make sure that we've done that for you.
You have, yeah, the VMT thresholds and the project screening criteria, which you just did.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you. I'll go quickly. And Councilmember Niss, if you want to speak, please raise your hand. So just want to associate myself with Councilmember Cormack's comments. I also had some questions about the retail threshold. I think we need to flesh that out a little bit. It was a bit more confusing than the other ones. Really briefly, I would encourage us to adopt and follow kind of the OPR guidance. A couple of reasons. One, it's evidence-based and researched at a state level. So we're aligned with that forthcoming state research, especially if other cities are looking to that. There's going to be more kind of cases of this being documented and analyzed. It also puts us in a good place for any future requirements based on OPR thresholds. And it saves us time. And then overall, like, I know we have some conflicts over VMT versus LOS, but if you look at this presentation, I think the impetus of this change at the state level is really clear. It encourages the quote unquote right type of development, where we're looking at, you know, high transit use and lower impact projects, especially those close to transit, where car usage is lower. And I think that is good for our environment, for our economy, and for our land uses. Councilmember Niss, any comments? Actually, is she on still? Councilmember Niss, I don't see, there you are. Everyone's had a chance but you, so the floor is yours if you want to comment.
The only comment I would make is I'm delighted that we're moving to VMT from LOS. And I don't think, you know, I don't need to go into any more detail. People have really covered it beautifully tonight. It'll come back to us. And then the proof will always be in the pudding of using it.
Understood. Councilmember Koo, one last brief comment, hopefully, so we can get to the next item. I think your mic is off.
Sorry, I don't know if I'll be brief, but I'll try to be. First, a question about, so for example, we have Stanford University that is right here in Palo Alto, and a lot of the cars, people have to travel through Palo Alto to get to Stanford University, which is on county land. How does the VMT factor into all of this?
Well, the VMT assessment that we've been talking about would be for projects that are within the city of Palo Alto and not in the unincorporated county. But I would say that Stanford University for any projects that they would want to pursue will have to do a VMT analysis. And so that would be completed as part of their CEQA process, but it would not, other than, well, leave it at that.
Just generally, we're not alone in this process. This is every city in California is going along for this ride. And so coming back to some of the questions earlier about the impacts of the coronavirus and shelter in place and all of that, it's something we're all experiencing and frankly all going to be learning from as we go through this process. And potentially that's why I say we're going to stay engaged in this, because potentially we will see impacts that lead to adjustments that are necessary in the future.
I mean, that's a guarantee. Every time we come up with these kind of, regional or state comes up with something inventive or innovative like such, there's always impact to cities locally, which is why, I'm glad that we have our LOS retained in our comp plan, because, that's where localism is. That's what's happening here on the ground. What we can feel, what we know, what we see, we're sitting in traffic here locally. Taking it to a VMT is just trying to not see what is happening. Is looking at a regional level. Reminds me of our comp plan when we approved it. The EIR came back with significant, unavoidable, but because it's a regional issue, then we should be able to take that. We should take it on, whatever the impact is, and that's a wrong method to go about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. And just like we edited our comp plan, we can edit our VMT and LOS standards. Okay, I think that concludes this item. Let's go to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just note for the public's awareness or confirmation, what you should have seen in the revised agenda is that items number 3 and 4 were removed from the revised agenda. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, so 3 and 4 are off for tonight. That finishes agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Let's now move to oral communications, where any member of the public who wishes to speak to an item not on our agenda can speak to it. Just a quick reminder, if you are listening in on the radio or watching on YouTube or MidPen, when you speak, please be sure to mute those sources so we don't get a feedback loop. And if the clerk would please help me with our members of the public who want to share their thoughts.
Erwin Morton, you have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead. Erwin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak.
I think I raised my hand at the wrong moment. I actually wished to speak to item 6, but I didn't get onto that or when.
Thank you. Phoebe Burkott, you have 2 minutes to speak. If you wish to speak on oral communications, go ahead.
Yes, I do. Hi, I'm Phoebe Burgout. I'm a sophomore at Palo Alto High School. I'm speaking towards the proposed budget cuts impacting the children's theater and teen programs. I've been a member of the Palo Alto Teen Arts Council since the beginning of my sophomore year. Through my involvement in the Teen Arts Council, I have seen and experienced the impact our events have on teens. This is one of Palo Alto's largest teen leadership programs, created 10 years ago after a group of teen suicides, and since then has played a huge role in our community. Teen Arts Council is responsible for many events such as open mics, a comedy night, film festival, clothing swaps, a poetry jam, and our Buoyancy Festival. Each of these events provide teens with a platform to express ourselves, share our artwork, and our talents, all of which are so important. While incredibly valuable, these opportunities are very hard to find for teens in Palo Alto. I myself have performed stand-up comedy at both open mic and comedy night. Without these opportunities, I would not have been able to discover and pursue comedic arts, something I have found to really enjoy. When making your budgeting decisions, I urge you to consider the impact each of these programs have on teens. Now, more than ever, Palo Alto teens need art. They need these events and the sense of community they bring. I am aware you have a very challenging decision to make. However, I hope you understand that this affects not just those of us who you hear from tonight, but each and every one of the thousands of kids Teen Arts Council and Children's Theater impact every single year. Thank you.
Thank you, Phoebe. Kathy Jordan, you have 2 minutes to speak. Kathy, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. To build on what the prior speaker discussed about the budget cuts and the fiscal decisions facing the council, I wanted to share with you some information after studying the city of Palo Alto salaries in light of labor costs that I would suggest need to be made and considered to be made. Of the 1,100 City of Palo Alto employees, according to the City of Palo Alto salary information posted on its own website, 221 of those 1,100 employees are considered managers. Of those 221 managers, 110 make more than $200,000 in total compensation. Of the 7 police management positions, all of those 7 police management positions make more than $300,000 in total compensation. Of the 3 council-appointed officers, all 3 make more than $200,000 in total compensation. 4 out of the 5 fire chiefs make more than $300,000 in total compensation. All 5, they all make more than $200,000 in total compensation. Of the utilities management, of the 50 utility management positions, 46 make more than $200,000 in total compensation. Of the 751 SEIU positions, 56 make more than $200,000 in total compensation. 211 make more than $150,000 in total compensation. As for tonight, having listened to a very erudite consultant, I also would be curious to know about the line item cost for consultants versus the employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Maya Mazur-Hoffing. Go ahead. Maya, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, so my name is Maya Mazur-Hofian, and I'm a rising junior at Palo Alto High School. I'm also part of the Teen Arts Council and since the beginning of this year, and it's made a world of difference to my high school experience. Freshman year, I stopped singing live when I aged out of a program that I used to perform with, but I found myself missing a clear solution to filling that kind of void in my life. So I started going to TAC events and later to the meetings, and when I finally worked up the courage, I sang at an open mic this December, and I immediately experienced everything that I'd been missing about performing live, the nerves and the tunnel vision and the satisfaction of an audience smiling back at me. I've made and kept friends through the Teen Arts Council, and it's clear to me that our events bring together the teen community at a time that we need it so much. In preparing for this meeting, like my friend Phoebe mentioned before, I learned that TAC was founded in a response to a teen suicide cluster, a topic our community has become so numb to, it's an afterthought. I know our events take care of the community, just as I know the meetings have taken care of me. I found a voice as a leader and learned valuable lessons about teamwork, organization, and planning that nothing in my life has ever offered me. Our adult staff are instrumental to this process as they guide us and help us make decisions to be successful. In the coming year, our community will need a place like TAC to shelter from the storm. We can make social distancing accommodations to our regular event setups and take extra care to keep everything clean and safe. I understand the responsibility we have to our teen community, and I hope that you can keep us in mind in your budgeting decisions to help us ensure the funding that we need to fulfill that responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Anika, it's your turn to speak. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, I'm Annika. I'm a current senior at Palo and the former head of publicity for Teen Arts Council. I first joined TAC as a sophomore. I was pretty directionless at the time. A lot of the school activities that I had tried out really didn't suit me. They were intimidating and often competitive. TAC felt pretty unique in how it was free from the stress and focus on resume padding that I'd felt in previous activities. TAC continues to be that safe and positive place for me. It's uplifting to be able to work every week with teens whose only goal is to create a place for teens to artistically express themselves, free of competition or parental pressure. I have really terrible stage fright, and even I felt empowered enough by the tech community to perform in front of like 80 of my peers at an open mic. I think it's really important for an organization like Teen Arts Council to be able to survive, especially in a place like Palo Alto. It's no secret that Palo Alto schooling is very demanding, and it can be really stressful for students and make them feel like the only way to be successful is to be super academically focused. I felt that way, and I know that many people I'm close to have felt the same. TAC works as a safe haven from that kind of pressure, though, and it gives teens a place to have their artistic passions celebrated, no matter how talented, experienced, or academically achieved they may or may not be. So many of my teens in high school, my peers in high school, depend on this organization, and we'd be really grateful if you can do whatever you can to continue to support our funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Annika. Our next speaker is Michael Eckwall. Michael, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much. I just wanted to, I think a lot of us know each other, but I'm the owner with my wife of La Bodeguita, a former owner, now candidate for a fire department or police chief. I just wanted to take a moment and thank the city manager for the opportunity to participate in the business roundtable. I think the group came together with a lot of great ideas. Obviously, we are in the hospitality sector, and if you're unaware, the National Restaurant Association is predicting that between 30 and 50% of restaurants will never reopen after COVID. So in our case, we're losing over $1,000 a day just in our fixed costs, and that's without even turning our ovens on. So as a business owner, going forward, once the shelter in place ends, our primary concern obviously is for the health and safety of both our employees and our guests. Last week, the government released a document which outlined the protocols that bars and restaurants must follow during the reopening phase once shelter in place is lifted. The guidelines generally don't allow the use of bars and severely limits seating capacity inside our restaurants. So basically what we're asking with these restrictions in place is that the city very seriously consider outdoor seating with the service of alcohol. That's imperative in terms of us surviving the next phase of the COVID virus. Basically, this plan we think is a priority for us, for our city, for our community. I think that the city manager has a team in place within Public Works and Planning that's working on this. I think, again, that without this, many of us will not be able to reopen our full service restaurants. Just with a capacity of 30%, there's no way that we can survive. So I hope you make this a priority. We'd really love to see something soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Gil Weissman. Gil, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm going to talk on something that a lot of people have already talked about on the proposed cuts for the Teen Arts Council provides a necessary outlet and opportunity for teens to share and experience each other's art outside of the structured school system, which is particularly important in Palo Alto, in which the arts within the school district have been and continue to be vulnerable to budgetary cuts, as was recently highlighted in the deliberations of PAUSD School Board to remove benefits of visual and performing arts instructional leaders regarding further cuts to an already undervalued arts program. As is well known to be strongly supported by a growing body of research, creative expression through art is highly conducive to students' well-being and their mental health. I can personally attest to the crucial role of these arts programs for the developing of adolescents' sense of self-worth, community responsibility, and creativity, which I was fortunate enough to have instilled in me from a young age with my time at the Palo Alto Children's Theater, a vital source for youth activity and general entertainment in the city. As is increasingly evident, one of the worst ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic pertains to the mental health effects of the virus. Fortunately, these unprecedented times do not mean that art has to stop like so much of the rest of our world. And the Palo Alto arts community has shown us that it can continue to operate as effectively as ever via technology for online interaction. The Teen Arts Council and Palo Alto Children's Theater were trailblazers and among the first with their inspiring leadership to
Did we lose our speaker?
We did lose him. Let me see if I can get him back.
Hi, hello, sorry.
Go ahead, Gil.
Sorry. So I strongly urge you to check out some of the events that we've been able to produce, or that they've been able to produce through this time. And the fact that arts always seem to come up first in any discussion about cuts, as is abundantly clear with the history of the PAUSD, is frankly tiring. This constant battle sends a negative message to students in the community about how arts are valued, perpetuating an already toxic and stressful environment for students who find it difficult to thrive exclusively in traditional academic fields. The community arts programs in the city of Palo Alto provided us with a home. They provided us with an escape, and it's heartbreaking for me to think that such severe cuts would be made to programs that have had nothing but a positive impact on the city. So once again, I strongly urge you to rethink the budget cuts for these essential programs, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Gil. Our next speaker is Max Rosenblum. Max, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm Max. I'm here to also speak to the budget cuts being made to the Children's Theater. Hearing about the budget cuts frankly devastates me because I don't want to imagine a Palo Alto without the theater and its services. I understand that difficult choices need to be made to keep everything running properly during this pandemic, and I can't claim to know what's best for the city overall, but I wanted to speak to my experience with the theater through my involvement with the Teen Arts Council. As I'm preparing to leave Palo Alto for college, it's clear to me how much the Teen Arts Council has helped me grow into who I am today. I joined TAC as a scared sophomore who only spoke once or twice, if at all, at each of the meetings during my first year. I joined because I wanted to meet artistic collaborators. However, I soon fell in love with the organization and its mission, so much so that by the end of junior year, the kid who was too scared to answer a question in class was making a speech to run for president. What started as another avenue for creative expression helped me strengthen my identity as an artist, a community member, and a collaborator. And this is a common story for almost all TAC members, many of whom joined to be part of an artistic community and then found that they wanted to run for a board position or lead a committee, not because of how it looked on a resume, but because they genuinely believed in the value of the events that we hold. While teens in Palo Alto are fortunate enough to have access to robust arts programs through our schools, these programs are often intimidating to those with less experience. Whereas at a TAC open mic, we can have anything from a masterful performance by a senior pianist to a freshman sharing their poetry for the very first time, and both are treated with equal respect and admiration as is deserved. In this highly academically pressurized environment, TAC gives everyone the opportunity to create and communicate through art, which now more than ever is absolutely essential. Thanks.
Thank you, Max. Our next speaker is a phone caller with the last 3 digits of 603. Go ahead, it's your turn to speak.
Yes, this is Terry Holzheimer. I would like to tell the council that they would hopefully focus chiefly on preserving and maintaining as many community and public services as possible. Preserving youth services, those just mentioned, including those involving mental health, programs that maintain the College Terrace Library, the Baylands Nature Center, and again, the Teen Arts Council, should be more important than starting any large capital improvement projects that could be either delayed or postponed until this crisis is over. I suggest that there is money to be saved. Looking at the budget, there are several issues like street maintenance, the El Camino pedestrian plan, and the parking lot maintenance area that could be delayed, postponed, or eliminated so that many of the community services, including the Teens Art Council and other services that the city loves and residents love, could remain in place. Finally, as a teacher here in Palo Alto, I believe strongly in history. I believe that saving the Roth building, which could become the new Palo Alto Museum, makes sense even now. The history of Palo Alto is unique in the entire Bay Area, and it's a story that even the youngest of our residents need to learn and know. It's a beautiful building, worth saving and investing, especially for the future of our wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Swati Goel. Swati, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Swati Goel. I'm a graduating senior at Gunn and a rising freshman at Harvard in the fall, hopefully, to study computer science. I'm here today to talk to you about the budget cuts regarding the Palo Alto Children's Theater and my experiences there. I used to be the girl at the back of the classroom. I never raised my hand. I never put myself out there. I didn't have many, read any, friends because I was too shy to introduce myself. Theater gave me the confidence to overcome that. Being cast in a show and being on a stage gave me my first spark of self-worth. But even beyond that, the PACT is so much fun. It's a magical world to a kid. I mean, if you've been to a show, you know. Kids get to do the tech, they can help with sets, they get amazing costumes, and all the staff are so supportive and knowledgeable. It's truly a privilege to be able to learn from them. I met my best friend at the Children's Theater back in 5th grade, and till this day I have a circle of peers and mentors from the theater helping guide me. So many of my best childhood memories are from here, and it's made me who I am today, strong, confident, and ready to take on the world, if I say so myself. As Shakespeare said, we all have our exits and entrances. Come this fall, I'll be taking my exit, but there is already a new batch of kids ready to take my place. And that's why I'm here today, asking that you continue to fully support this theater so that every young child is able to get the same memories and education I did, especially during this pandemic, especially as so much else for the arts is being cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. Our next speaker is Leo Marburg. Leo, go ahead.
Hello?
Leo, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Leo Marburg, and I'm a senior at Palo. Tonight, I'm here to talk about something that's very close to my heart, the Teen Arts Council. I first joined the council my sophomore year, and this year, I've had the pleasure of serving as TAC president. Among many highlights from this year include organizing our first ever comedy night, which drew over 130 teens from local high schools, and had performances from both the Palo and Gunn improv troupes, as well as a number of stand-up comedians. What's kept me so involved in the organization for the last 3 years is the love of creating community, from our weekly meetings to the more than 11 events we put on each year. I feel part of a community at our weekly meetings when we joke around with goofy check-in questions and have excitement-filled discussions about our upcoming events. I feel part of a community at our open mics, from the first one I ever attended when I performed Hallelujah on my ukulele and saw the crowd smile at me while waving their phone flashlights in the air, to our last open mic before the pandemic hit when I told bad pickup lines as my MC bit. Even now, TAC continues to facilitate community by hosting virtual open mics and game nights through Zoom, as well as creating an initiative to get teens to share the art they create while under quarantine, called Art in Isolation. One of my biggest concerns about this pandemic is the fact that people's mental health is especially suffering right now. Groups like TAC that allow people to express themselves creatively and build community are a low-cost but incredibly important tool to help fight against mental illness and promote well-being, and that's why it's important that they continue to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Our next speaker is Maddie Lee. Maddie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Maddie Lee, and I was the treasurer of TAC for the 2017-2018 school year. I graduated from Palo in 2018. I am speaking to you on behalf of TAC because of the positive impact that this organization has had on my life and my high school experience. Not only has TAC always been an amazing outlet for me to express my love for the arts, it has also been a place where I have made some of my closest friends. As a member, I was able to meet like-minded peers and spend time at events that encouraged and rekindled my love for different types of art. I had such a positive experience with TAC my first year that I decided to apply for a committee position so I could be more involved with this organization that I had enjoyed so much. As a committee member, I spent countless hours with my friends on the exec board and heads of events of committees, as well as coordinating with adults at the Children's Theater. 2 years out of high school and embracing my love for the arts more than ever, I can say with absolute certainty that this is a result of TAC's impact on my life. During my senior year, I experienced depression and anxiety as a result of the mixture of my grandmother passing away and the stress of college decisions. I feel very strongly that I would not have made it through the year and come out stronger on the other side were it not for the presence of TAC in my life. This is an organization founded in the wake of the first suicide clusters in response to the lack of teen support, a decision which I am extremely grateful for, and why I believe that TAC is an important part of Palo Alto's community. The support TAC members gave me the TAC members gave me a community to lean on during a time of crisis, as well as providing an outlet for me to express myself, specifically through poetry and painting at our respective events. These events were made possible by the financial support of the city, without which TAC would not have been able to impact as many students as it has. Wednesday nights spent at Children's Theater with TAC remain some of my fondest memories from my high school experience. And with your continued support, I hope that this organization can keep positively affecting other high school students the way it has affected me. Though I am no longer a teen, I will always consider myself part of Teen Arts Council. Thank you for listening.
Are we moving to our next speaker?
Susan, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, Suzanne? All right. Oh, great.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yes, I'm going to read the letter I sent you all, or part of it. I filled out 2 surveys indicating to me that our community service were the most important things and supportive of so many of us residents. Especially necessary is supporting creativity of young people. I heard when listening some of the time last week, 2 high school students, I believe, speaking to support a program that both got so much in. It was probably this art center, both from creativity and community, even if online. Plus, they were learning a lot. Funding for the Children's Theater, College Terrace Library, even for 3 days a week. Nature, which has had a chance to breathe during the place in order, is reviving. Keep the Baylands, paths, and interpretive center open. Nature is necessary for our health. Take care of the mental health of our teens and adults. Please keep the suicide prevention program. My youngest granddaughter went through this recently, and getting help for her is very expensive. Anything we can do to support the mental health of our community is more than worth the money that it takes. No one I know feels that the infrastructure plan is a current necessity. In fact, we do not even know as yet how this pandemic will affect Palo Alto and other cities as far as needing more buildings. Most of what you have planned to include has waited for a while. Waiting another year or so will save a lot of money. So there's many things you could review, a plan for street maintenance, the pedestrian thing along Palo Alto. But one project that is the historic Roth building. I didn't know much about it until I looked it up today, but of course then I knew about it. I'd been there, and having this history museum is a great idea and best to continue now and before things get even more expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. And our final speaker is Jeremy Ehrman. Jeremy, go ahead.
Thank you. I started participating at the Children's Theater and plays there in 4th grade when I was 9 years old. After high school, I continued working at the theater as a pianist and then a teacher and a music director. And I worked there from 1995 to 2010. And the performances at the Children's Theater, the plays, have been the heart and soul of this program since it opened in 1932. You might not all be aware the Children's Theater was founded during the Great Depression. The program was started in 1932 as part of the Mayor's Committee on Unemployment Relief. So in the heart of the Great Depression, they created this program because they felt that this was important. And in 1937, the building was built. So performances have been the heart and soul of this program for 88 years. And to cut them off now would just cripple this program. I believe that the cut that's intended for the Children's Theater is really the majority of its budget, which will also impact its staff. The city manager's official report on the cuts in the budget also says that this cut will affect the 3 groups that use the community center, Palo Alto Players, West Bay Opera, and Theater Works. So I really urge you to look more deeply at just how deep and devastating this cut is to the Children's Theater. So many of the cuts that have been proposed affect youth services. The cuts to Children's Library astound me. Last week, library staff told you that Children's Library has the highest circulation of materials after Mitchell Park Library, and yet it seems to be slated for the brunt of the cuts, cutting its hours 3 days a week, cutting programs, cutting librarians. So I really urge you to look at all these programs. For example, reneging on the Coverly lease, and are you going to throw out the Palo Alto Chamber Orchestra? So all of these programs that support youth and teens are needed more than ever. And I really urge you to find a way to keep them going. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy. And our final speaker is Jonathan Ehrman. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, and in case anyone's wondering, Jeremy and I are brothers. In fact, we're twins. So we grew up in Palo Alto at the same time and also went through the Children's Theater and other community organizations at a similar time. And I would like to say as well, I'm concerned about that the council is throwing out the Coverly lease without carefully looking at possible ways to renegotiate that or come to an agreement with the school district, because it sounds like, you know, you're surreptitiously, in a sense, almost shutting down the community center. I'm worried that when we do cuts to programs where, you know, we all understand that cuts are necessary, but to throw out something entirely seems to destroy the point of what the council's mandate for serving the public. You know, talking about closing one library during the recession, library hours were trimmed rather than closing a library entirely, and that seems to be much more appropriate than closing a single library. I'm worried that, you know, the idea of pursuing revenue recovery at a place like the Junior Museum and Zoo will cut into people's access when, you know, fundraising is much more, you are likely to raise more money by, you know, making appeals for fundraising than making it harder for people to go there in the first place. So I want to make sure that, you know, if you throw out the entire performance budget for the Children's Theater, that means no programs can be done. You know, the outreach program in schools, for example, maybe the programs can't exist exactly the same way they do now. But if you cut budgets entirely, then you can't create programs at all in those spaces. And I think that would be a real mistake. So you need to look at maintaining programs, even if they are in an altered form. You know, when I was 19 at the Children's Theater in 1996, we did an outdoor production over the summer when the power went out. And rather than just closing up shop for the evening, we found a way to do it outside on the temporary outdoor stage that existed at that time. It wasn't the same, but everybody went home happy and we did it anyway. So you've got to be creative and find ways to do things with a limited budget, but make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And that was our final speaker.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for joining our meeting and for speaking up. Especially want to thank some of our youth speakers for your articulate contributions here. We appreciate it a lot. Okay, that ends oral communications. We now move to the consent calendar, which is items 2 and 5, since 3 and 4 have been removed. I see hands raised by members of the public, so let's first go to members of the public who wish to speak to the consent calendar.
Keith Bennett, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, I would like to speak to item number 5.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I am Keith Bennett, representing Save Palo Alto's groundwater. I trust you have received the email communication sent to all council members today. We request this item be removed from the consent calendar and reapprove the project only after incorporating sufficient conditions to greatly reduce the risk of death or damage to this 300-year-old heritage oak tree. Please take a look at the photos of the tree. The immense size, as well as the spread of the canopy low over much of the existing home, is apparent. Now ask yourselves 3 questions. Should the City of Palo Alto protect this heritage tree? Do the city's current regulations for dewatering adequately protect this tree? Who will be held responsible if the tree dies? The large root system and soil supporting and nourishing this tree need to be protected along with the trunk and the canopy. The Palo Alto city regulations for dewatering do not take into account the specific requirements for protection of this tree. Dewatering should be explicitly prohibited at this site. Dewatering causes local drought even if the tree trunk and canopy are physically protected. Our preferred approach is to eliminate the basement, as cutting into the existing root system will be required for basement construction, risking reduced support for this tree and associated adverse impacts. If construction of a basement is permitted, the basement should be designed so that neither dewatering nor a cutoff wall are required during construction. This is practical and feasible. 1995 Webster, 704 Moreno, and 846 East Greenwich were recently constructed with basements at locations with similar groundwater levels. Installation of cutoff walls, while effective, involve the use of heavy equipment, generally rising over 30 feet above the ground surface. For this project, installation of the cutoff walls would likely damage the tree. In summary, to protect this oak tree, any building permit for the basement must include sufficient, detailed, and strict specifications for underground construction and prohibit dewatering.
Thank you, Mr. B. Our next speaker is Bob Gordon. Bob, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
First?
Bob, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. It says I'm muted. I am muted.
No, you're speaking. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening. I'm commenting on item number 6, the tobacco retailer ordinance, and I'd like to urge you to please pull this item from the consent agenda. And as you did in December, please direct staff to mirror the county tobacco retailer ordinance by removing the loopholes that would allow. Yes.
I just have to jump in. We're currently on the consent calendar, which actually doesn't include the tobacco ordinance. That's on our action calendar for this evening, where the council will discuss it and receive feedback. So it sounds like you want to speak to that item, which we'll get to in maybe 10, 15 minutes.
My apologies for misreading. I'll hang on and come back. Thank you.
No worries, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jack Morton. Jack, go ahead. Jack, did you not want to speak?
Sorry, am I live now?
You are.
Thank you. Council members, you've had a full day and a full week of budget issues, comments from restaurants, comments from trees, from teens, and now comments from trees. Filtered air, eating on the street, in friendly environments for emerging adults. What do these all have to do with each other? We are responsible for the quality of life in Palo Alto, and each of these items tonight has put pressure on you to solve a problem where the results could be disastrous to the quality of life. We love our community. California Avenue in particular had been a vibrant place for eating out, being together as a community. Teen activities have kept those who have to go through the pressure of education in our community vibrant themselves. And then we have a responsibility to ensure that what filters our air, what enriches what we breathe, is cared for. Please pull the item number 5 for more consideration from the council. And thank you for all you do. Life is better because we struggle to find solutions to what sometimes turn out to be long time and major problems. I believe this is one of them, and I believe everything you heard tonight is a reminder that collectively we can do what we cannot do singly. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. And that's our final speaker.
Great, thank you, Clerk Minor. Okay, so we have 2 items on the consent calendar, and item number 5 is quasi-judicial, so it would be great if we could go through disclosures. Let's just go alphabetically, starting with Councilmember Cormack.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I've received communications from the appellant.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Nothing to disclose, so not in the public record.
Councilmember Filseth?
I've been to the site. I talked to the appellant.
Myself, I spoke with the appellant, Mr. Morton, on Saturday or Sunday, but nothing not on the record. Councilmember Niss? I think you're on mute.
Yes, I spoke to former council member Morton. I have visited the site and it's right in my neighborhood, about 2 blocks from me.
Okay. Councilmember Koo?
Nothing that's not in public record.
Councilmember Tanaka?
I also talked to Jack Morton today, and but everything we talked about was actually already in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. All right, I see 3 hands. I'll just go the view that I see. Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yeah, I'd like to remove item number 5.
Councilmember Koo?
I'll let to remove number 5.
Councilmember Niss?
The same.
Okay, so item number 5 is removed for date.
What about me?
Well, there's 3 to remove it.
Okay.
Those hands were first. Thank you. Just a reminder to my fellow council members, please let me and the city manager know in advance. It really helps us with agenda planning. Just send me a text message or email. That's all you need to do. Okay.
Mayor, I want to vote no on 2.
Okay, great. Thank you. So do we have can we clear the hands, please?
For what?
Just so I can go through this. If we can clear the hands, it helps me just run and see who's talking to what. Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion for the consent calendar, which is item number 2?
So moved with the changes.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so a motion by Councilmember Niss, seconded by Councilmember Filseth to adopt the consent calendar, which is item number 2. We've removed 3 and 4, and item number 5 has been pulled. Let's all vote, please. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No, because the only item is 2, which I voted no on.
I understood. Okay, so the consent calendar passes 6-1 with Councilmember Tanaka voting no. Councilmember Tanaka, if you want to speak to your no vote.
Sure. So item 2 is the statute of limitations to complain about the rate increases. So as members of the public probably don't know, we had an 8.4% increase in our gas rate last year, and a rate increase the year before, and the year before, and the year before. And council voted to raise the rate yet again this year, even though it just was raised last July at a time when we're having an economic depression. While it may not seem a lot, the commercial rates are really, really high. So I was really glad that Michael Labugita called in because the struggles of running a restaurant in this time is immense. With the social distancing requirements, he's right, 50% probably are not going to return. It's going to be very, very difficult. I talked to one restaurant owner and he told me that this rate increase for the gas is going to be $500 a month. And these guys are already losing money, and it's going to be even tougher as you guys raise the rates on them. So I think to remove the statute of limitations so that people who want to, who didn't know about the rate increases and want to complain don't have the time to do it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's good transparency. I think we should keep it the way it is and make sure that, you know, when there are rate increases like the one that was voted on last week is widely known so that people have a chance to talk about the impact it might have on themselves or their business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Okay, so we're finished with the consent calendar. We now move to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We'll queue up PowerPoint here. Also, just one housekeeping item back on the consent calendar item that per your rules on item number 5, we will come back to set a date for a appeal hearing that will require some consultation with both the appellant and the applicant. So staff will follow up and find an appropriate future date. Let's see, and also just for the record, on item number 2, this affects only timelines after the council makes adoption of any rate changes, would not affect your decision-making process, which you're currently in the middle of. Okay, so actually just a few areas of comment. Let's see, let's go to the next slide. This has been a really big day in terms of changes to the shelter-in-place order, but we'll start with items that were largely already in place prior to today. As council knows, but simply to reiterate for the public that our recreation facilities are largely open now as it relates or includes our courts, tennis courts, pickleball courts, and other athletic facilities around town, with the very specific limitation that play is limited to members of the same household. And we all know that enforcement of that can be problematic, but is nonetheless the rule as established by the county health order. And gathering of groups is not allowed. And also with our Palo Alto golf links, that the Valence golf links, the course is open for single play only. And again, that does have specific rules associated with it. In terms of our open spaces, with the long weekend coming up, particularly important to make sure people are aware of our current status. First, that during this week, we have Foothills Park and Baylands open to vehicle parking now on weekdays and accessible by foot or bike on weekends, so on all days. This weekend, we will be opening the Arrastradero Preserve parking area so that people will be able to park. It is a limited number of spaces, so there won't be endless or unlimited parking, but nonetheless, we will be able to take that additional step. And that for Baylands and Foothills, we will be continuing to keep the parking areas closed this weekend, but next week, we expect to be able to reopen the vehicle parking. Now, as the council knows, and I'm sure the community will understand, that management of these areas is really subject to people observing social distancing and being considerate of each other. And so we do receive many calls and issues of concern. So we want to make sure folks are aware this will be open, but we'll be monitoring and managing as best we can. That's it. We do want to clarify that, or make it clear that the use of face coverings while exercising on trails is highly encouraged, but not required. That as you are exercising, you are, we do respect that there are both practical and physical issues that come into play when you are exercising. So highly encouraged. I think the health officer used the term urgently encouraged, but not required in this particular case. All right, next slide, please. Now, a few things related to business, and in particular based on the news we received today regarding the next phase of the county health order. First, just to reiterate, we are finalizing the particulars of our small business grant program and hope to be able to release additional information within the next few days. But that businesses that are interested in participating in this small business grant program should look to the webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/business recovery. And we've got additional information and a pre-application online on that page. Now, as it relates to the news for today that we all learned about real time, the next phase of the reopening of our economy being the opening as of this Friday, the ability for retail establishments to offer curbside pickup and delivery, curbside only. So not allowing customers to go into retail establishments. In addition, we are continuing our ongoing support for local restaurants. And so for a few sub-bullets here and talk about businesses in general, that we've got our cityofpaloalto.org/support-local page where we list restaurants that are open and certainly encourage the community to continue to participate in Takeout Tuesday, as well as Takeout Every Day for support of our local restaurants. We've also now added some signage that businesses can download that includes the face covering order that was adopted by the City Council and implemented by emergency order. And finally, that as we are gearing up for this new phase of business reopening, and in particular the curbside pickup to be effective this coming Friday, we want to invite businesses, small businesses, large businesses, to contact our community support call center with our number 650-272-3181, or email us at cityofpaloalto.org/COVID-19 online support. That's a page with a query form that people can communicate to us if businesses have any particular needs they want us to be aware of. We are also doing proactive outreach directly to businesses, but with thousands of businesses in town, we can't expect to hit all of them. So want to make sure that the welcome mat is open or out, and we're inviting calls, emails for information, as well as any specific assistance that businesses need from the city. We expect requests such as parking, perhaps temporary restrictions at curbside, as well as perhaps loading zones or other needs. So we want to be available and are working through a variety of options that we've got a team working on dealing with these short-term immediate needs, while, as has been referenced earlier, we're also working on some longer-term options that, as you might imagine, from business to business, even businesses next door to each other, may have different ideas as to what may be needed longer term. So we're working with the Chamber of Commerce, as well as other businesses to try to identify what those strategies will be for the longer term. But in the meantime, absolutely want to ensure that we are supporting the immediate needs for businesses as they prepare for reopening potentially as early as this Friday. And then finally, just want to provide a quick update as it relates to compensation recommendations and discussions that have been ongoing. As the council knows, we've been in discussions with our bargaining units to identify ways to reduce the impact of planned budget reductions, such as through concessions through these bargaining units and bargaining discussions. I know we all appreciate the hard work that our staff are doing to retain as many services as we can through this difficult time. That said, I do want the community to be aware that our managers and professional staff are leading by example. On Thursday of this week, we'll be releasing our recommendations for council consideration at next week's council meeting on Tuesday. That's on Tuesday, May 26th. As part of those recommendations, we will be bringing forward for council consideration action that management and professional staff contribute a 15% compensation give back to this effort. I will also personally be contributing an additional 5% give back, and the details of all of this will be provided in our report for council consideration next Tuesday. Again, that report is expected to be released this Thursday. And with that, let's see, next slide, please. Again, just our standard methods of staying up to date with information in response to our public health emergency and actions that we are taking at the city. Both our web pages are ways of staying up to date through our sign up, as well as our phone number and our community call center. Next slide, please. And just our home-based messages. We are continuing to stay focused on helping our community slow the spread of the virus. And thankfully, we're now moving into this next phase where we will carefully be able to support our reopening of businesses and look forward to this next phase, while it is a whole lot of work. And so I really want to say thank you to our staff that are gearing up to provide support in response to business requests, as well as obviously ensuring that our community confidence and consumer confidence can be maintained in our ongoing discussions with our healthcare providers, as well as with our other agencies that we are working together with every day. With that, that completes my report, Mr. Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thanks for sharing that news, and thanks to you and the management team and many others across the city for your continued hard work. Councilmember Niss, I saw your hand.
You did indeed. So looking at you, City Manager, can we actually see each other through these things? I have no idea.
I can see you. I hope you can see me.
I can see you. So the one sad piece of information about parks is that I heard from Jane McCowan today that there's no immediate plan to open the dish. They
I understand that as well, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Koo?
I wanted to ask City Manager if you heard today whether the shelter in place is still there, or is that not there? And
thank you for.
What does the staged mean? You know, how does that affect the shelter in place?
Yes, thank you for raising that. The shelter in place remains in place, and the information that we received today, quite frankly, I think we're all still studying. There is a modification of the public health shelter in place order that was issued today via both a press conference effectively and press release, as well as the documents released. And this next phase will become effective on Friday. The term of art, and I think one that we'll all get used to over the next few days, is up until this point, we've been talking about essential businesses and essential activities as key to what types of businesses and activities are allowed to proceed under the order. I think the new term that we're adding, or that quite frankly will become part of our nomenclature here, is additional businesses and additional activities. That's, I think, the new term that the Public Health Department or the County of Santa Clara added as a part of the order that was issued today, that reflects the retail activities that I mentioned being available for curbside pickup. And so that's a new term. I think we're all going to need to get used to it. But to your point, the shelter in place remains in place. And at the same time, we're seeing an incremental increase in the activities that are allowed. And perhaps the city attorney may want to chime in, as I see that she's also appeared.
No, that was a wonderful summary. I agree. The shelter in place remains in place, but against that background, there is now a little bit more activity that's permissible. So if you're a worker in one of those entities that's allowed to reopen, you may be returning to work, and consumers can, as of Friday, return and do their transactions in the way that the county has said, using curbside pickup only. But otherwise, everything remains the same till the next phase.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to commend the city manager for taking the steps to volunteer for the pay cuts, and hopefully the rest of labor could follow and we could avoid massive service cuts and layoffs. So thank you for that. Want to just ask about a lot of other cities have started to do outdoor seating for restaurants where they kind of spill into the streets, even perhaps closing parts of the streets to allow them to offer the services. And so I was just wondering where we are at as a city in doing that as well.
So, Council Member, I'm just going to jump in. That's not allowed in Santa Clara County. And I'm not aware that outdoor seating of restaurants is allowed in any other Bay Area county at this time. It's contemplated that that will be part of a later phase, but it is not permissible at this time.
Okay. And then second question is, in terms of the tennis court, I don't know if you could flip back to your slide, but the USTA actually published guidelines to how to keep it safe, which actually allows people to play from different households, but there's certain procedures. I was wondering what's the city's plan in terms of trying to just follow the USTA's guidelines to allow tennis play?
Right. Our plan is to follow the County of Santa Clara's public health order, and they at this point have limited the acceptable activities along the lines that I described, members of the same household.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick question. Any update on dog parks? I got a couple emails about that the past few days.
I don't have anything handy. Let's see, I believe actually, well, I'll need to get back to you on that.
Yeah, I don't believe the dog park rule has changed. So I don't believe we're allowed to reopen them.
Understood.
Check. Yeah.
Is that a county thing? Okay.
Yes.
I thought it might have been the city. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. So that concludes our city manager comments. I know we are almost 2 hours behind. I'm going to call a break until 9:30 just so council can stretch our legs. So let's all be back here at 9:30, please. And then we'll move on to item 6, which I know a lot of people are waiting for. Thanks so much. We really do want to apologize to everyone who, members of the public who have waited so long. I apologize. We are 2 hours behind schedule. Let us please kick off item number 6, adoption of amendments to the City of Palo Alto's Tobacco Retail Ordinance, Chapter 4.64. And there's a memo attached, and I believe staff has a presentation.
Yes, let me ask our Public Works Department to go ahead and do a walkthrough on a brief overview.
Thanks, Ed, and good evening, Mayor Fine and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Just a little review here. At Council's December 9th meeting last year, Council directed staff to return with revisions to the city's tobacco retail permit ordinance and to follow up on several other action items regarding vaping and flavored tobacco. So our presentation tonight focuses primarily on the proposed ordinance revisions and Council's options about how to address the adult-only retail stores in town. But before we jump into that, I wanted to give a little more background about the efforts that have already been underway over the last several years. So Palo Alto has been working steadily in recent years to reduce community exposure to secondhand smoke and to address tobacco product sales that happen in Palo Alto. And in 2018, the city received an A grade from the American Lung Association in its State of Tobacco Control Report, and also an exemplary award for reduced exposure to secondhand smoke from Santa Clara County. Now, this acknowledgement was based on Palo Alto's existing current tobacco retail permit ordinance, which we operate in partnership with the Santa Clara County Department of Health. That existing ordinance restricts the sale of flavored tobacco, sets strict age verification for tobacco purchases, and requires a permit program for tobacco retailers to operate. And then also through a separate ordinance, Palo Alto bans smoking and vaping in most public spaces, including most of downtown, the Cal Ave area, parks, and in multi-unit housing. So just wanted to review a little of that history. And with that background, I'm going to turn it over to Julie Weiss and Phil Boble from the Public Works Environmental Services Division for the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, council members and also community members who are here to discuss this topic. Back in December of last year, council had an extensive conversation about the rise in youth vaping. And at the end of that meeting, staff was directed to work on 7 action items. And tonight we're here to report and give you an update on those 7 action items. The first thing you asked us to do is to draft an update to our tobacco retail permit ordinance to mirror the county's ordinance as much as possible with as few exceptions as possible. And we have done that, and that will be a bulk of our conversation this evening in a few slides. You also asked about state legislation that could keep kids from purchasing vaping products online. And there's really good news there. A state law went into effect on the 1st of this year that requires when anyone purchases vaping or tobacco products online, those need to be signed by an adult before those can be delivered and received. In addition, when those products are delivered, they have to be marked conspicuously in a box, and the sale needs to show up on a credit card as a tobacco sale. The next thing that happened just about a month after that, that was a good step forward, was the FDA banned the sale and distribution of flavored pods that are used in a lot of e-cigarettes. So that was a good step forward, but there are still a number of vaping products that people and kids can purchase for sale. There are two other pieces of legislation that are under consideration right now, SB 793, which could ban flavored tobacco products all across the state. There was a hearing about that just last week, and SB 464, which would ban the sale of the single-use electronic cigarettes, which are both a health and an environmental hazard. So good news on that front. You also asked us to report on enforcement efforts. What are we doing to make sure that kids don't go into stores and buy vaping and tobacco products? In January, our police department did the youth decoy undercover checks. And good news there, all of the adult-only stores did pass that. They all carded the youth decoy that went into those stores. As a reminder, adult-only stores are those stores where you have to be age 21 or over just to get into the store. At the other 15 locations, most were compliant with the checking driver's license and ID. 3 were not, and there's enforcement action against those stores. Those were 2 gas stations and 1 liquor store. And the county also does permit checks as well. And they gave us a report last July, and things were looking pretty good. Most of the stores were in compliance. There were a few stores that had some residual flavored tobacco products left over, and those were removed immediately when the county staff was there. The next thing you asked us to look into is community funding. Who can we direct funds to that could lead some community-based initiatives to keep kids from vaping? A really great event was held in January by Healthy Cities, and there's professionals who research vaping and work with kids, and members of the community who are just interested in this topic. One of our council members, Councilmember Koo, was there. And after that meeting, conversations continued with the leadership of our Community Services Division, and they landed on the Think Fund as the best place to direct funds for youth-led initiatives to reduce tobacco use. Next item you asked us to work on, this was Councilmember Tanaka, who really wanted to urge us to look into additional steps we could take to deter public smoking. And we wanted to share with you, as Brad gave a brief update about, we do have one whole ordinance dedicated to reducing public exposure to secondhand smoke and vape. Most areas in Palo Alto law that prohibits citing minors. And so that is conducted, that is handled by the school staff as an administrative fee, administrative action. Parents are called, usually the devices are taken away from students. But we did want to see if we could move the needle forward on this a little bit. So Public Works has developed and is getting ready to distribute free no smoking signs to businesses. At their request, we will be doing outreach about this. So if they want to amplify the existing city signage and messaging around town, they can do so, and we will provide those signs. And we are providing some of those signs in partnership with Santa Clara County. You did ask us to check into what the City and School Liaison Committee is doing, and they remain interested in this topic and ready to help out as needed. And for public education about electronic cigarette disposal, that is planned for later on this year. E-cigarettes are a hazardous waste, and we will be doing outreach to let people know how they can dispose of that hazardous waste safely. So that is a high-level overview of the progress on the action items we've made. Before we get into the proposed ordinance, we wanted to remind people listening and watching what our current ordinance requires and also who our current tobacco retailers are. Our current ordinance is conducted through a partnership with the county. The stores pay annual permit fees to cover those permitting services. Retailers cannot sell flavored tobacco products or flavored e-liquids. That's already a requirement. Adult stores are exempt from this requirement currently. That is based off of the previous county model ordinance. The ordinance also requires limits to store advertising, again, restrictions to keep kids out of stores, and repeat violations are considered over 24 months. So while it's not in the ordinance, we do have an agreement with the county where our police department does the undercover checks and the county runs the permitting services for us. So who are our retailers? We have different types of retailers in our city. Most of them are small shops, gas stations, liquor stores, convenience stores. We do have 2 cigar retailers. One is a cigar lounge and one is a traditional cigar shop. We have 3 vape and tobacco stores where all they sell are vaping and tobacco products. And we have 2 kind of unique retailers. We have a hookah lounge in downtown Palo Alto where you don't take product out of the store. You go in, you select the flavored tobacco that you want to use out of a traditional hookah, and then you leave and no product leaves that store. There's also Max Smoke Shop that most of you know about, where snacks and newspapers and smoking and vaping products are sold. So Phil and I went to each of these 22 stores to make sure they had received the information that we mailed about proposed ordinance changes and just to talk to them about what they thought about it. Most of the stores were fine with the proposed changes, but 5 stores, the vaping and tobacco stores and Hookah Nights and Max Smoke Shop, were very concerned about it and said that they would likely have to shutter their business if an exemption was not included in the ordinance. So we considered this feedback. We know well that City Council values the presence of small businesses. And we also reflected on what we heard clearly at the December 9th meeting about the desire to do something to reduce kids smoking and vaping, and also what we heard at the Healthy Cities meeting and other community meetings that we attended. So the proposed ordinance that we bring you tonight considers that public input. The proposed ordinance would prohibit the sale of electronic cigarette devices. That would be our next baby step forward. So again, most of those stores can't sell flavored tobacco products, and our next baby step would be to prohibit the sale of the actual devices that are used to smoke those products.
Can I just stop for 1 minute? I really apologize. I want to make sure that we actually have a quorum here on council. I see 3 of us on video, but just thank you, council members Koo and Du Bois. Vice Mayor Du Bois, I appreciate it. Okay, we have more on camera. If a couple of you need to step out, please turn off your camera. Let's just make sure we have 4 here on camera.
So I am here. I'm just going to turn off my camera, but I will be here.
Understood. Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. And sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no worries. So let's see, we're talking about that we are proposing that the exemptions that we already have remain for adult only stores because of the financial impact to those stores. But we added restrictions to those 5 stores that we're most concerned about it to try to keep kids out of those stores. Although again, they all did pass the recent undercover check. So no new 5 stores we have concerned with this ordinance in those. So if they retired or ended their business, there would not be a net stores, even if with a legal adult. Their age has to be confirmed before they even enter the store. The permit could be revoked if 2 sales to someone under age 21 happens within 60 months. And we recently also added that violations of county or state health directives could also result in loss of the permit. So we know that you like to benchmark what other cities are doing. There is a detailed version of this chart in your staff report, your packet. But I distilled it down here. The city or the town that is most similar to Palo Alto is Los Altos. They recently adopted most of the county's model ordinance requirements, but they did exempt their one adult-only store. Los Gatos and Cupertino are also partners with the county, but those communities are different than Palo Alto. They did not have any adult-only stores, and they had fewer retailers, other retailers as well. So we spoke with other cities around us, including to the north of us, but in Santa Clara County, other cities are considering updating their ordinance, but they've deferred that to later this year or until 2021. And they all know that they are going to be considering the same things that you are tonight. What do we do about our small businesses? So we did get a number of public comments, which I've distilled down into 5 categories. The overarching one was the city must do its part to reduce youth access to vaping and flavored tobacco. And we agree. We have structured the ordinance so that Palo Alto's would be the strongest among cities that have adult-only stores. The second thing we heard frequently was exempting adult-only stores will lead to more adult-only stores and more access to vaping products. But again, we have structured that so there would not be a net gain of any adult-only stores in Palo Alto. We heard frequently that flavored tobacco is what kids want, and we need to reduce that availability. And again, we have already banned flavored tobacco and vaping products at 15 retailers. That's been in effect for over a year. The proposed ordinance would remove those e-cigarette products, taking it a step further. And again, we've added those additional requirements to the adult-only stores. We did receive 2 or 3 comments about the concern that the city would have to cover the cost to enforce the permitting process. We would address that by requiring permit fees, just as the county does, to cover the staff time and administrative costs for that. Adult-only stores would still be very high, the highest priority for us to enforce. And we also want to remind everyone that state and federal checks are also conducted at the stores. So right now, stores are visited by county staff, city staff, state and federal staff as well to ensure compliance. And so those state and federal checks would also continue. Finally, of course, we heard from several businesses that an ordinance without an exemption would impact them. And so we did propose exemptions with those additional restrictions. So that ends the overview of the ordinance. And now I'm going to pass it to Phil.
To get myself off mute there, Phil Boble, also with Public Works. So Julie has gone over the proposed ordinance, and I'm going to sum it up. Most tobacco retailers, which we have 15 of this subcategory, would be prohibited from selling flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes products, devices, and liquids. So that closes out everything of interest at these 15 retailers. The other group, the so-called adult-only stores, where you have to be over 21 to enter the store, the basic exemption would continue, but with those restrictions that Julie emphasized, those new restrictions. The most important ones being that one cannot enter, a youth cannot enter with an adult, which is currently in the exemption, but we would eliminate that. The second most important one is that the youth, well, that really is the most important one. The other one is the inability to have any new stores in Palo Alto. We've structured the revised ordinance such that that's crystal clear now. There was some ambiguity before. Now it's crystal clear. No one new beyond these stores can become an adult-only store. Those are the 2 most important ones. And having done that, we would become, regardless of what you do tonight, actually, we would be the we would have the strongest ordinance among those cities in Santa Clara County that have adult-only stores. We wanted to point that out and underscore it. Julie mentioned it. Additional measures to further strengthen the ordinance and reduce teen vaping can be considered in the future, we're going to present two options in just half a second. And either option that you choose, we can do this. We can strengthen things in the future. This isn't the end of us acting in this area as staff sees it. I'm sure that pressure will continue, and we'll want to be responsive. Council will want to be responsive to that. So regardless of your decision tonight, we will and can continue to look for other ways to reduce teen vaping. So next slide. So here's the two basic options. The first one is adopting what you have in front of you now as proposed by staff with these current revisions that we've made that strengthen the situation with respect to the adult-only stores. That's the first option. Adopt what is proposed tonight and direct us to do these three things later, A, B, and C. In other words, continue the hunt for other ways to control. And you'll hear a little bit about this, I suspect, from the businesses and from other interested parties. You're going to hear of other things that can be done. And we can do this upon adoption, after adoption of the proposed ordinance. It's not the end of the trail. Or we can move directly to option 2. So let me go over that. Again, in option 2, more of this stuff would be done sooner. So option 2 is to direct staff to modify the proposed ordinance and return to council at a future date, eliminating the exemption. And that's the fundamental difference between option 1 and option 2. Option 2, we'd go back, recraft the ordinance to eliminate the current exemption for adult-only stores. And the key thing that we need to work on is establishing a proposed future effective compliance date. The compliance date the county would have had us do would be July 1. Well, that's not practical any longer for a variety of reasons. It's taken time to get this far. And now we'd have to go back to all the interested parties and talk about what time frame was necessary, appropriate, made sense for an effective date for eliminating the exemption. So those are your the two options, probably others, but those are the two kind of fundamental ones that we're putting in front of you. And that's our last slide.
Okay, thank you. Let's just go to council if there are any very short clarifying questions, and then we'll go to our public comment period. So if you have a very short question for staff, please raise your hand. I see Councilmember Koo.
I didn't have a question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, quick question. So on one of the slides, you said that I wasn't clear, but I think on one slide I saw that flavored cannot be sold at all, right? Flavored tobacco or vaping cannot be sold at all in the city, right? But then another slide it said that adult only can sell it. So I was a little bit confused. So basically, nobody can sell, even adult only, right?
Let me chime in. Let me chime in there. There's this distinction at some points in the slides, and I'm afraid it is confusing. We're talking about the 15 that are not adult only. So in those 15 where you can enter the store, where youth can enter the store, those 15 cannot sell it at all after you adopt what we're adopting tonight and make that crystal clear. So for those 15 stores, and that's primarily the gas stations and liquor stores, they would not be able to sell any kind of vaping product or any kind of flavored tobacco product. Where the exemption comes in is for the so-called adult-only stores. The one, an adult can enter the store, but you have to be an adult to enter the store. And on those, they would, under the exemption, the proposed ordinance tonight, they would be allowed to continue that activity and sell flavored tobacco and vaping products.
So they can sell flavored smoking products and flavored vaping products.
Yes, both vaping and tobacco products. Sometimes they're distinct.
Okay. And then in terms of enforcement, what happens? Because I've seen emails where people say, "Oh, teenagers ask me to go in the shop to buy stuff for them." How's that handled?
Well, I guess you can envision a couple of ways it could be handled. One is some transaction between the adult and the teen that occurred in advance. That's not possible for us to control. What's more possible in the claim is that some youth just hang out in front or near the store. That's more possible to control. When reports occur like this, our police department does a swing by, and but it undoubtedly occurs that that a teen and adult can team up and a purchase can be made in a store and it end up in the hands of youth. There's no way that we've brainstormed yet to completely prevent that, nor can that be prevented even on the updated legislation that occurred with respect to online purchases. That can be accomplished by an adult and a teen teaming up as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
A quick question. If I understand number 2, it basically eliminates all exemptions except the hookah lounge in terms of selling of e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco products. Is that right?
Not exactly. It would even capture hookah lounge. You'll may have noticed that one of the follow-ups we could do after tonight, either under option 1 or option 2, would be to figure out something more surgical, targeted to do with our exemption process. It's kind of a rough knife at the moment. Julie divided the world into a couple of different types, 3 different types of adult-only businesses. Hookah Lounge is unique, Max is unique, the cigar stores are unique. The other 3 are similar to each other, and we could be directed to come up with a exemption categories, like I say, that are more surgical, maybe leave hookah nights in place. But the current ordinance in front of you would take care of all of the types of adult-only stores. If directed, we could go back and under either option 1 or option 2, take a closer look at the way these are structured and try to come up with something more surgical, so that a place like Hookah Nights, where there is no youth possibility, and exempting something like that.
So, now I'm more confused. So sorry to take another minute here, right? So I thought option 2 also said it was exempt if it was products that didn't leave the premises. And then I thought the cigar stores couldn't sell vaping products now. That's not true?
That they could sell it, they don't.
Okay.
So that's why we say they're not really impacted.
Okay.
We've talked to them, they don't want to sell it, they don't really sell it. There's a little bit that is in one of those stores, as I recall. They're happy to remove it. But again, that's why I say our structure of the exemption is not very surgical at the moment. It could be made so under either option.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so if I understand, some of these stores are selling things like flavored pipe tobacco versus vaping pods. I mean, did staff consider making a distinguishing between those kinds of products? It seems like they're kind of lumped together here.
Yeah, they are lumped together. Like I say, the approach on these adult-only stores was to use a county definition that has existed and not tinker with that definition. We could go back, same answer as the previous question, we could go back and kind of propose a different structure for the exemption, and that we could look at what you're suggesting as part of that.
So basically you're saying that staff looked at these ordinances and thought it was pretty elegant to just focus on adult only as the criteria, kind of following the county model, or versus.
Well, I wouldn't say it was elegant. It's just what existed. And it seemed simpler to go with what existed, at least for this next step. Like I say, we're under either option, we're not really done with this subject, right? And you could send us back in these two fundamental directions, but we'd have to deal with the same issues, and the definition of the adult-only store is definitely something we would work on either way.
Okay, thanks, Phil.
Okay, all the questions from my colleagues, I think. Thank you all. Let's please go to members of the public who wish to speak on this topic. And if the clerk would please help me help these folks give their comments and questions.
Sure, Mayor, fine. Amaya Wooding, you're our first speaker. You have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Right, it still says I'm muted by host. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Amaya Wooding, and I co-chair Proudly Against Tobacco, a Bay Area-wide LGBTQ tobacco control coalition. It really is all about flavors, and putting a 21 and over sign over the door doesn't make flavored tobacco disappear. Removing the appeal of flavors entirely from a community stops the most common trajectory of tobacco initiation among young people. It sends a message that the community values health. A partial ban like the one you have now is unequitable, because it privileges retailers who continue to sell flavored products and funnels the market towards those retailers at the other's detriment. That's what's happening now. All around the Bay Area are communities that have acted on the understanding, which is to say that leaving the exemption open as is leaves Palo Alto's ordinance weak regionally. Just last week, Oakland closed an adult store exemption to its flavored tobacco retail sales ban. Fremont chose not to exempt its adult-only stores when it passed a tobacco retail ordinance in October of last year. And the same lack of exemption is what you'll find in San Francisco, Alameda, East Palo Alto, Richmond, and more around the Bay. So with that in mind, I wish you wisdom and good health. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Amaya. Our next speaker is Carol Baker. Carol, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Carol Baker. I am a volunteer ambassador with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network and co-chair of the Tobacco-Free Coalition of Santa Clara County. At the last meeting, you had one speaker spoke of their successful family business of 40 years in a tobacco shop. They must have done very well without flavored products for at least 30 of those years, so they'll probably be fine. However, it would not be fair for all the other retail stores that will have to give up their flavored products if you exempt or favor just a few tobacco shops. As the saying goes, the playing field should be level. In any case, flavored tobacco products designed to addict youth should be completely eliminated. Please read the emails from the Coalition and the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Our next speaker, and sorry if I mispronounce your name, Lama Ramawi. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lama Ramawi. I'm a pediatrician in Palo Alto. I wanted to start by thanking Mayor Fine and City Council members, as well as the city staff, for the incredible work you've done on this ordinance. I'm here today, though, because I would like to urge you to remove the exemptions for the adult-only stores in the ordinance. We know that kids are particularly attracted to the flavors. Just today, my daughter, who's only 11, said to me, "Well, of course, Mom, who wouldn't want to try cotton candy flavor?" In addition, we don't have any evidence that the flavors are safe. On the contrary, a study published just this past December by the University of Rochester Medical Center found that the chemical constituents present in various jewel pod and other similar pod flavors induced oxidative stress, inflammation, epithelial barrier dysfunction, and DNA damage in lung cells. Although these products are marketed as a safer alternative to conventional cigarettes, the long-term health effects of e-cigarette flavored pods are really unknown. So I implore you, for the sake of not just our youth, but for our adults as well, please ban all flavored tobacco products and don't allow any exemptions. It really is for the greater public health, the good of the public. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erwin Morton, and you will have 2 minutes. Erwin, go ahead.
Am I muted or not?
No, you're not. Go ahead.
Okay, it kept bouncing back and forth. Well, excuse me. I've been a resident and a homeowner in Palo Alto for nearly 40 years. My wife and I were married here 35 years ago and raised our family here. We chose Palo Alto because of the city's traditions and its focus on protecting and nurturing the community's children, a tradition going back at least to Lucy Stern. Children first. I'm proud of our city's leadership on this in both senses, the people who step up to lead the city and the way the city often leads the region by example. Like other local jurisdictions, we are now working to protect our youth from the new high-tech tobacco products that endanger our kids' health and well-being for life. As I understand it, City Council wishes to mirror the county's ordinance, allowing the county to do enforcement work for us. I hope the city won't take on more duties at a time when we're all hearing about cuts to youth services. But the draft in tonight's packet seems to have two other problems. One, exemptions for adult-only stores when there is evidence that existing shops are selling to young people now. Please adopt an ordinance without exemptions. Two, grandfathering that allows vape shop licenses to be sold or transferred. I hope we can at least try to phase those out over time, not make them permanent. Grandfathering moves away from current law, but in the wrong direction. So please, for the sake of our kids and the future of our city, may we have an ordinance at least as strong as the county's? I'm concerned that if we encourage shops that are disallowed in other local cities, Palo Alto may become a Bay Area go-to vaping destination. Is that what we want to be known for? As an old friend has been reminding us for years, if we can't protect the children, it doesn't much matter what else we do. I hope that's still a priority. We do know what a trying time this is for local government. Thank you so much for your attention to this ordinance, for all you do on our behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Our next speaker is Bob Gordon.
Gordon,
Bob, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Bob Gordon, a member of the Tobacco Free Coalition. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's a delay. I apologize. The Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara County. And hookah was mentioned tonight. It's tobacco, it's nicotine, it's candy flavored. It's attractive to young people, cultural tradition, or deadly practice? Well, both. One needs only to go to the CDC website to set us straight that hookah smokers may be at risk for some of the same diseases as cigarette smokers. And these include oral cancer, lung cancer, stomach cancer, cancer of the esophagus, clogged arteries, heart disease, and infections that may be passed from one hookah smoker to the other. So I'd like to urge you with the smoke shops to remove the loopholes, the exemptions that would allow smoke shops to still sell flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. Oakland recently had to fix its mistake by allowing the loopholes. And please don't make the same mistake tonight. Remove the harmful smoke shop loopholes, because tobacco products historically leak out of so-called adult-only facilities into the youth community, into the general community. The only way to deal with this is a level playing field. I urge you to look at option 2, eliminating the exemption for smoke shops. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Our next speaker is Annie Teagan. Annie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Annie Teagan with Tobacco Free Kids. Thanks for considering this issue. First, I have three points I wanted to make. One is about the decoy checks. And I appreciate that you've done youth checks in Palo Alto, and our experience is that stores that sell to youth, often once they are familiar with the youth and once they recognize them, that they're not decoys, then they had, in our experience, they have sold to them. So that's one concern. Second, I just reiterate the point that Mr. Gordon made, that Oakland just cleaned up its old flavored tobacco ordinance after 2.5 years with it, realizing that the adult only exemption just wasn't the best for the community and still allowed for youth access. And finally, third, the vast majority of cities in California with these laws have passed comprehensive policies since, gosh, the start of 2018, without these loopholes for adult only stores or loopholes for hookah. So I really hope that the council tonight will consider doing the same and selecting option 2. So thank you so much for considering this, and hope you'll consider a policy without exemptions. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Corey. And Lori, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lori Curry, and I'm here with my husband, Neil Curry, and we are the owners of Max Smoke Shop in Palo Alto. And we love Palo Alto, and when we purchased our smoke shop, it was a conscious decision to pursue a business opportunity into our later years and to continue the legacy of Max Smoke Shop, one of the oldest institutions in Palo Alto. And over the years, we've seen many changes, but this current pandemic, coupled with taking away our exemption, will force us to close our doors by the end of the year and destroy us. But I do want to emphasize, our customer is not the teen. Our customer is over 21. And we fully support a more restrictive tobacco ordinance and have already implemented measures beyond what is currently required and proposed. We've moved our registers closer to the door. We've installed an ID checker, and we recommend all tobacco retailers install an ID checker. And let me make it abundantly clear, we're in support of keeping tobacco products out of the hands of teens, and we support the more restrictive measure, but we feel that a change in the ordinance can best be handled with a scalpel and not a sledgehammer. This needs to work for both sides. And at the heart of this issue, it's far easier for teens to get their products online than in person. Please recognize we take our responsibility very seriously, and allowing the responsible retailer to verify the age of the consumer purchasing tobacco will severely limit youth access. Just to reiterate, we want to keep tobacco products away from teens, and we do just that. It's not Max Smoke Shop that is contributing to the teen vaping epidemic that is forefront of everybody's mind. We have gone above and beyond and will continue to do so with the utmost responsibility. We request council recognize that penalizing the retailer is not the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. Our next speaker is Jen Grandlejano. Go ahead, Jen, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jen Grandlejano from the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I am the Government Relations Director for Northern California, and we urge you tonight to remove the proposed exemption for adult-only tobacco stores, including the hookah lounge. We support the other pieces of the ordinance to end the sale of flavored tobacco citywide and strengthen enforcement language in the TRL. We've learned from experience that exempting adult-only stores is problematic and weakens what could be a strong policy. Exemptions of some retailers complicates enforcement and creates resentment among retailers. Just tonight, it was confusing among the staff and policymakers what the ordinance was covering and what products were included. So imagine how confusing that would be for the public and for the stores and for enforcement. Most importantly, if flavored tobacco products remain in the community, they will find their way into the hands of youth. The California Department of Health found that vape shops and tobacco stores had much higher violations for selling to youth when compared to every other category of tobacco retailer. These are not tobacco retailers that we want to be exempt from the rules. All places where tobacco is sold, including adult-only tobacco shops and hookah lounges, should be required to have a tobacco retail permit with the same requirements as all other tobacco retailers. We cannot put the profit of a few retailers over the health of our kids. We know through best practice and policies like this across the country, the tobacco industry always finds a way to take advantage of these loopholes. As a national organization working at the local level, we've seen exemptions like this go sideways time and time again, despite the best intentions of thoughtful policymakers like yourselves. And we would hate to see this happen in Palo Alto. Making exemptions for some tobacco stores leaves a way for big tobacco to continue to outsmart public health. Santa Clara County recently updated their policy to remove adult-only exemptions. Oakland now did the same thing. Their policy was tried and failed, and they fixed it. Please don't make the same mistake again. Remove the exemptions.
Thank you, Jen. Our next speaker is Ariane Lundberg. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ariane Lundberg, a postdoctoral scholar at Stanford University. I urge you to adopt an ordinance that mirrors the counties without any exemptions for adult-only retailers. I would like to speak about hookah today. I grew up in Iran through my 20s, then I lived in Sweden for more than a decade before moving to US, where I'm currently doing my research on cancer in the Stanford School of Medicine. The practice of smoking tobacco through a tall, ornate water pipe, better known as hookah, started in the regions such as India and ancient Persia, known as Iran. Unfortunately, hookah has become very popular around the world, especially around college campuses. At the same time, the negative health effects have been very well known and very well researched. In Iran, because of the increase in the number of cancer incidents among the youth population between the age of 18 and 24, including lung, head and neck, and especially esophageal cancer, the sale of flavored tobacco has been banned in the entire country since 2006. In the US, including in Palo Alto, hookah lounges are popping up around universities and sell flavors such as gummy bear and blueberry muffins. These flavored hookahs are far from cultural and are more about luring new users through flavors. For those who say they want hookah for cultural reasons, they can smoke non-flavored hookah tobacco. No exemption is needed for the cultural practices. So now let's talk about COVID-19 and hookah. According to WHO, the risk of using hookah, since it actually happens in the social gatherings, increase the risk of getting COVID-19. Because of this, in addition to what I mentioned about Iran, other countries in the Middle East, such as Egypt and United Arab Emirates, have been already placed restrictions and recently banned hookah use given the public health risk of COVID-19 transmission it poses. So please adopt the county ordinance without any exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Trisha Barr. Trisha, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Trisha Barr, and I'm a parent of 3 kids. The city staff has talked about option 1 and option 2, but there's another option for you to consider. Council members, please adopt the county ordinance now without the exemptions or the baby steps that the city staff is recommending. And you may have missed it, but today, as you were starting your closed session, you received a note from Congresswoman Eshoo, and I'll read that to you now. Dear Mayor and members of the Palo Alto City Council, it's my understanding that your council is considering exemptions to Santa Clara County's tobacco control ordinance this evening. These exemptions, if granted by you, would allow for the sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes in Palo Alto. As chairwoman of the U.S. House of Representatives Health Committee Subcommittee, I held an extensive hearing on this issue, which led to the full House of Representatives to pass the Protecting American Lungs and Reverse the Youth Tobacco Epidemic Act of 2020, which is now in the Senate. And she links to the legislation and the bill there. And she continues, in addition, when the Food and Drug Administration announced their guidance on flavored tobacco products in January, I wrote to the director of the Center for Tobacco to express my concern that leaving any flavored tobacco products on the market, even if they are sold at vape shops or other adult-only retail locations, still put our children at risk. This letter is attached for your perusal, and I hope you will find it instructive in preparations for your deliberations tonight. I encourage my colleagues in local government to support laws that promote our youth's health, and I thank you for your leadership and for allowing me to share my views on this critically important issue with you. Most gratefully, Anna Eshoo, Member of Congress. If not, and then this is me, Tricia, please do not put this off. Mirror the county's ordinance today. If not you, then who? If not now, then when? Do what's right for Palo Alto citizens by adopting an ordinance that mirrors the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. And our next speaker is Sally Ann Rudd. Sally, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Sally Ann Rudd. On Monday, May the 11th, my daughter, who is 16, and her friend, who's also 16, was able to walk into Max Smoke Shop in downtown Palo Alto and purchase $68 worth of vaping products, which I discovered because she used a debit card, and this is a bank-issued debit card that has her name printed on it to make this purchase, and I monitor that debit card, so I was able to see what she'd done and confronted her about it. This is not the kind of debit card that you get as a gift for Christmas. This is bank issued and it has her name on it. She says she just walked in and made a purchase. I don't know. I feel that the whole business model of an adult-only smoke shop, which is heavily reliant on the sale of vaping products, is not really a 21st century business model. And you can't really ask a business that is so reliant upon vaping products to police itself and potentially turn away customers' sales, and quite decent sales. I mean, she spent $68 because they suspect someone is underage. Their checks are clearly not foolproof, and I am sure she's not the first or the last Pally sophomore to go into this place and buy vaping products. So please close this loophole. It doesn't belong in our community and it doesn't belong in the 21st century. I've also lived in Palo Alto a long time, but Palo Alto has changed. Many businesses have gone away, and Max is unfortunately one that probably needs to change its business model or disappear at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rudd. Our next speaker is Jade Chow. Jade, go ahead. There's something wrong with our connection. Let me try once more.
Okay, thanks.
Jade,
can you hear me
Jade,
now? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jade Chow. I am the president of the Palo Alto PTA Council, representing PTAs and school families who care about our teens. Teen vaping is really bad. During respiratory COVID, it's even worse. Monday last week at about 5 p.m. or so, I saw and took photos of 2 vape shops in Palo Alto selling products while the shelter-in-place order was in effect. I shared this fact immediately with photos with Julie Weiss and Phil. I shared these photos with all council members too, and if needed, I can share screen now. The photos I took show one vape shop on Cal Ave selling to a teen wearing a baseball hat backwards on his head. The same shop, same teen, is standing next to its front door with a sign on it saying, "There's a telephone number to order it by phone." Both activities are illegal. The other shop on the corner of El Camino Real and Matadero was open for business with someone standing inside the front door. The tobacco ordinance before you exempts adult-only vape shops in Palo Alto, like the 2 shops I saw, and they will sell to teens. I saw it. Please help our teens by not having this exemption. They
These shops make it easy for teens to get vape products by just walking down the street. Parents and students are begging you, please, to act and send a clear message on teen vaping. This is not hard. Many Bay Area cities with adult-only stores adopted tobacco ordinance without an exemption. Even our county is saying they will enforce the ordinance, so Palo Alto does not have to do so during deep budget cuts if you do not deviate from the county's tobacco ordinance. Please choose to save a generation of Palo Alto kids from a very addictive product. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Rachel Gratz Lazarus. Rachel, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rachel Gratz Lazarus, and I'm speaking on item 6 as a parent and a regional ally to Santa Clara County's Tobacco-Free Coalition. I'm calling in tonight from Alameda County to share a cautionary tale. In 2017, Oakland City Council passed a flavored tobacco policy that fell short of best practices to curb youth tobacco use by exempting adult-only tobacco stores. What began as good intentions to help small businesses turned into a serious mistake. Most retailers objected to the tobacco store exemption as an unfair business practice, preferring citywide restrictions. I witnessed firsthand how the exemption became a nightmare for enforcement to implement, and retailers egregiously converted their business models to continue selling flavored tobacco. Because of this exemption, flavored tobacco continued to be prevalent and widely available and ended up right in the hands of youth. Last week, Oakland City Council decided to course correct and prioritize the health of community over business profits. They closed this loophole in a unanimous emergency vote. Tobacco stores and vape shops claim to be good actors in public, but we have both statistical and, as you just heard multiple times, anecdotal evidence that these stores are among the highest offenders of tobacco sales to minors. A 2019 state survey shows that nearly 50% of tobacco stores and vape shops fail to check ID when underage decoys try to purchase tobacco. Even this data underrepresents sales rates to minors, as we know that tobacco stores are more likely to sell to youth in the community who they know. This is unacceptable, as these stores are selling to our youth the only product on the market that kills when used as directed. This is why Alameda County adopted a comprehensive TRL earlier this year, banning the sale of all flavored tobacco, including menthol, including hookah, in all retailers countywide with no exemptions, despite objection from the business community. They decided to prioritize the health of young people over profits, as Palo Alto can do tonight by removing the loophole that would allow adult-only stores to continue selling flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. Please accept these lessons learned, and thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker is Grace Ma. Grace, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Grace,
Yes. Thank you. My name is Grace Ma. I'm a 36-year Palo Alto resident, and I'm on the Santa Clara County School Board. Tonight, though, I'm speaking as a mother of a gun teenager and a recent gun grad. I'm also the advocacy chair for the Gun PTSA. The similarities between COVID-19 pandemic and the epidemic of youth vaping are in the fast spread of the problem and the heartbreaking loss of life. By requiring Palo Alto residents to wear masks, the City Council demonstrated leadership in protecting public health and safety. Likewise, banning all e-cigarettes in all stores with no exceptions will demonstrate Palo Alto's leadership in saving youth from the vaping epidemic and a lifetime of addiction. Be as brave as the City of Oakland, which banned e-cigarettes for over 50 adult-only stores. Palo Alto only has 5 adult-only stores. We can do this. Please take on the county ordinance and do it immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Our next speaker is Eileen Kim. Eileen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm a pharmacist holding a doctorate of pharmacy degree and a Palo Alto resident with 2 children in the system. I'm also the VP of Health and Wellness on the PTA Council. I'm urging you to please adopt a strong tobacco ordinance that mirrors the county ordinance without any exemptions that the staff recommends. When a youth vapes nicotine, it's highly addictive. There's a feedback mechanism loop that's multi-layered and multi-reinforcing that hooks the youth within their first puff. Nicotine is an addictive compound, WinVape provides an instantaneous delivery mechanism into the brain, providing an immediate chemical reward that cements the addiction habit in the youth forever. This habit is so addictive, studies show it takes an average of 30 attempts to try to quit smoking. Unfortunately, our teams do not have access to nicotine replacement therapies because they are not FDA approved. A regular pack of cigarettes contains 20 cigarettes. A single vaping pod, unregulated, currently contains 20 to 40 cigarettes of nicotine in there. That's like smoking, if a student vapes 2 pods, like smoking 40 cigarettes or more. In 2019, the National Youth Tobacco Survey showed the rate of e-cigarette use in middle and high school students are more than 5 million youth in the past 30 days. That's over 10% of middle school students and almost 30% of high school students. We are on the brink of a serious health epidemic we have never seen before. Dr. Halper noted 50 to 75% of students are using e-cigarettes, and they're easily accessing them from retail and vape shops, and the youth are not being ID'd, and retail shops are so close, it's a clear predictor whether youth use these e-cigarettes. Right now, the City of Palo Alto staff has presented an option to allow adult-only stores to sell these products and to grandfather in this license. This was never in the past ordinance history before. They've included a larger loophole that never existed. This means four adult-only stores will have in perpetuity the ability to sell their license to other people who want to purchase this license for them when they sell their store. This is not only unfair to other vendors, but it makes these 4 stores multi-million-dollar businesses, and this will make Palo Alto the vaping destination where it will impact our community, our youth, and cause an epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Our next speaker is Blythe Young. Blythe, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Blythe Young, and I'm the Community Advocacy Director for the American Heart Association here in the Bay Area. I want to thank you for considering updates to your tobacco retail license. As others have stated, last week Oakland, who was an early adopter, updated their policy to remove adult-only exemptions. They and many other cities are working to update tobacco retail licenses to remove these kinds of exemptions. We know that flavored tobacco is used to hook kids. We support a comprehensive ordinance without exemption for adult-only retailers or hookah lounges. This is not the best practice used in cities today. Tobacco is the only product sanctioned and sold that, when used as intended, kills people. Prior to COVID-19, we have not seen businesses close as a result of a comprehensive tobacco policy. And in the time of a public health crisis, I urge you to put the health of all Palo Alto residents above the tobacco industry's profits and continue forward with an exemption-free policy. Smoking tobacco, including hookah, has an impact on lung and heart health, and we're currently experiencing a pandemic targeting lung and heart health. I also want to emphasize to you how important it is that retailers have regular compliance checks, and that the ordinance states how frequently they will be checked and rechecked within specified timeframes should they have a violation. I also want to echo others who are supportive of the Tobacco Free Coalition. The Heart Association is also involved, and we thank you for your leadership on this. And we know that Palo Alto can pass a exemption-free policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Blythe. Our next speaker is Ross Smoke Shop. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, this is Mo, the owner of Ross Smoke Shop. I just want to mention that we are very responsible business owners, and we have kids as well, and we won't sell underage. Finally, we're not gonna ruin our business just to sell a minor, just common sense. So for people who are saying we sell underage, that's not true. And another point I want to mention, people over 21 years of age will continue to buy the vaping products online or from other cities who are allowing vaping. So why punish the local businesses and lead to close these small businesses who are bringing revenue to the city just like any other business? Julie Wise mentioned they sent undercover decoys, and we never violated any ordinance. Also, I wanted to mention about the structure that Julie talked about, which is allowing only the the 21 or the adult only stores. to sell vaping. I agree with that because it will be very easy for the city to handle and watch and send undercover and not waste resources. So they can control that. But when there is a 20 plus stores selling vaping, yeah, it's gonna be a mess. And basically, as Julie said, I mean, 80% of our business depends on vaping because this business has changed in the past 5 years. And if this is banned, we can't, especially with this pandemic also, we can't continue in business. Basically, all the smoke shops will close, and that's not fair. Just we'll take the regulations. We agree to the fines and removing the license or permit if we do sell underage. Hello?
Yes, your time is up.
Okay. Yeah, that's it basically. I mentioned most of the points because this topic is actually very big and we can talk all night about it. I understand there's a lot of people against smoking, but also there is a lot of people who smoke and they have the right if they're over 21 years or older to choose if they want to vape or not. And thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amar Jahal. Amar, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Amar Jahal. I'm actually a small business tobacco retailer as well in Palo Alto. Unfortunately, I'm a part of the 15 that's not really getting mentioned. We lost our flavored tobacco last year, and I was fine with the ban. We adapted our business model. Now, one thing that we couldn't change is our flavored tobacco customers that wanted to come support us. They didn't switch, right? They didn't switch to a less addictive alternative because they could still go down the street to an adult-only shop and still get that flavored tobacco. So Palo Alto and this previous ordinance diverted sales from 15 different tobacco retailers into 5 adult-only shops. And you'll be doing this again with vaping, right? You'll be taking vaping away from 15 other majority small businesses and diverting all our sales to these 5 locations, right? I'm totally for the ban as long as the exemption is removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Amar. Our next speaker is Tanya. Tanya, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Tanya Payapalli, and I am the Project Director for the Tobacco Prevention Program at Breathe, California. We are Bay Area's local nonprofit organization, and we've been working to promote lung health since 1908. I want to point out that flavored tobacco, especially in the form of e-cigarettes, threatens to undo all the progress that we have made in reducing youth smoking. As of February 2020, there have been over thousands of cases that are hospitalized and at least 60 deaths nationwide from vaping-related illness. So you can only imagine during these COVID-19 times, vaping is going to compromise young lungs and the numbers are going to get worse. So at this stage, it is in your hands to reverse the situation and protect your youth. With vaping being less than a decade old, we still don't know what are the consequences and what could be more serious than death. You've seen already that the FDA has been slow to act, and the regulations made by the FDA earlier this year are not enough because they exempt some flavors. So kids are still going to get some of those flavors. So it would be a good step for city officials like you to act in regulating these flavored tobacco products, e-liquids, and vaping devices. I want to applaud your efforts in considering this issue and also urge you to make the right changes with no exemptions to further restrict youth from easily getting hold of these products. Leave no loopholes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tanya. Our next speaker is Vanessa Martin. Vanessa, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Vanessa Marvin, and I'm the co-chair of the County Tobacco Free Coalition and a parent. And I'm really appreciative of the fact that we are here tonight and you are looking at further steps to protect the youth in your community from this deadly product. As a reminder, here in Santa Clara County, 1/3 of all high school students have tried an e-cigarette, and 1 in 8 currently uses them. However, I am disappointed to hear about the exemption for the adult-only locations that you are considering, which will severely weaken the proposed ordinance. Just as another example, we have all worked so hard to close the loophole around online sales because any loophole weakens otherwise strong local ordinances. So the loophole you're considering is the same. It undermines all of your good intentions and undermines the law that you are planning and allows these flavored products right back into your city and potentially right back to your youth. So please follow the county's lead in the county ordinance. I appreciate your consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Our final speaker is David Zamut. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Am I on?
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi. Hey, thanks everybody for taking the time. Am I on? Okay, good. Thanks everybody for taking the time to discuss this kind of tough issue. It goes back and forth. First of all, I'm the owner of the Hookah Lounge on University. Been doing this for about 17 years now. And I've seen a lot of changes through the years about it's getting more restrictive. I have no problem with that. One thing that everybody that's talking about tobacco and vape, I don't sell any vape products. I don't sell any vape pens. I don't sell cigarettes, cigars, or anything like that. Basically, people come in, they sit down, relax, and do what they do. I have people from all over the world, they come over. They kind of seek the place and they know about it. It's been around for a while. So I'm with you on vape. I do have 3 kids. A couple of them are teenagers, and they don't smoke hookah and they don't do vape. But to close down businesses because you disagree, taking away somebody's livelihood, the way they're making a living, it just doesn't sound right. As parents, we're responsible for our kids and teach them not to do the kind of stuff that we hope they don't do when they're out with their friends. In 17 years, I haven't had any tickets. I haven't broken the law as far as following the regulations, licensing, and so on. So I just hope everybody kind of cool down. It's not as, I don't want to get into the medical issue about the tobacco. It has 0.05% nicotine, 0 tar. It's like non-alcoholic wine have 0.05 alcohol. So it isn't really as people as say it is, but that's another subject. Thank you very much, and that's my time.
Thank you. No more speakers, Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Beth. Okay, I just want to thank everybody who is sticking with us this late, and thank you to everyone for your comments, questions, and ideas and input. We do appreciate it. Returning to council, I think the first slide is Councilmember Koo, then Councilmember Philseth.
So I do want to thank staff for the report that you've provided, and also that, you know, some of the things that Brad had said, Mr. Eggleston, about, you know, receiving an A grade in 2018, getting an award for being a healthy city, and then this kind of recommendation just seems really strange, you know. And also, I'm a little bit perturbed that our direction on December 9th was to come back with something that is similar or that mirrors the county's ordinance. But before I go further, I want to also say thank you to the authors of the colleague memo for bringing this forward so that we can kind of look at this. So thanks to the 3, Mayor Fine, Councilmember Cormack, and Councilmember Tanaka, for bringing this forward. Now, staff had also said, they have concerns about the small businesses. And we are in a difficult time now, and we all appreciate small businesses. Certainly, we appreciate them. However, I'm not sure, even with our additional restrictions, that our enforcement is strong enough. I mean, more than I would like to see. We've always talked about enforcement. However, it hasn't really come through. So I really don't have much confidence in enforcement here in this city to come about fast enough. And with the 2 that the county does, it's not enough. It's not enough. And every day that we let this go by, saying that we're going to investigate more, look at it more, is another 1 or 2 youths that could be addicted to this. So it's time to really take a look at this and do what we need to do for the youth. I was looking at this, and it says, there is legislation that is in consideration, SB 793 by Senator Hill, and also SB 424 by Senator Jackson. But it's not going to come soon enough. And again, as I said earlier, it just is another day, another addiction or 2. And I don't think we can wait anymore. So I would, and then in the report on packet page, well, not packet page, I think it's page 7, it says under the police department undercover investigations. In there, it also says the police department staffing shortage in 2019 prohibited the undercover investigations from occurring that year. We're obviously going to have shortages, staffing shortages. So there's a lot of things that the city can't do in enforcement, and I haven't seen that come through. It goes back to that. So I would really like to see that we take a strong stand in this, and I'd like to ask Molly if we might be able to move for adoption of an ordinance that is that mirrors what county has with no exceptions.
Second.
Was that a question or a motion?
Well, I'd like to find out if I can do that motion first, and then if she says yes, if our city attorney says yes, then I would like to move that motion.
You can give that direction. It does need to come back to the council as a first reading. That ordinance is already prepared, so it would be very simple to bring that back very quickly as a first reading on your consent calendar. And then we need to do a second reading 11 days later, and then it goes into effect 30 days after that.
When would the first reading, is there a timeline for when we would want it for the first reading?
Tim Shimizu, my colleague, is on the line. Tim, did we have a date that we could bring that forward?
Hi, Molly. This is Tim Shimizu. Good evening, Council. At this point, the only restriction basically would be just compliance with the Brown Act and agendizing it in a timely fashion.
Can you elaborate on timely?
So your next meeting is the 26th. I believe that's reserved entirely for the budget. The city manager can correct me if I'm wrong. That would put us at June 1st.
Yes, I believe that's the next available date, June 1st.
Does that come back on the consent calendar, or is it a discussion? Or is it in the action?
If council by a majority vote directs today that you want to see that ordinance, it can come back on consent on June 1st. It does not need to be an action item. It then needs a second reading, and then it goes into effect 30 days after that.
Thank you. The ordinance is here, the motion is here, and I really hope that we do get a majority of council or unanimous in moving this forward. Time is of the essence. Thank you.
So just to clear up, I think, was it Councilmember Philseth who seconded this? So let's correct that. Councilmember Philseth, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I think briefly, I got a couple questions about it too. So, you know, it's a crappy year to be introducing further hardships on any business, and I was kind of going back and forth on this a bunch. But I have to tell you, I was pretty impressed by resident Sally Ann Rudd's letter to council. I don't know if everybody saw that, and Ms. Rudd spoke a little bit earlier tonight, but let me just read the key part of her letter here, which is, on Monday, May 11th at 7:10 p.m., my daughter, who's just turned 16 years old and is a sophomore at Palo, spent $68 on vaping products at Mac's Smoke Shop in Palo Alto. She was with her friend who's also 16. They used a debit card belonging to my daughter, monitored by me, and that's how I found out. We have played a cat and mouse game with my daughter over vaping for months. I know she can buy these products online. It would help if she couldn't just walk down the street and buy whatever she wanted. And I know Sally Ann, she's my neighbor. You know, if she says her 16-year-old daughter can go downtown and buy vaping products, I believe her. She's a sensible person. The thing is, you know, I've been to Mac's in the last couple of weeks, and the place is plastered floor to ceiling with signs saying you can't do this. I mean, it's illegal for minors to buy this. You will be carded. Don't even try. We will catch you. It's a crime for you to come in here and buy these kinds of products. So I believe Mr. and Mrs. Curry and the Mac's people, I believe they're trying really hard to stop this. But apparently you can't keep it out of the hands of kids. So I think we should proceed and get rid of the exemptions. Let me ask a question though. What's the difference between option 2 and the motion that Councilmember Koo just made?
I'm pulling that up right now so we can see it.
Thank you, Councilmember Brad Eggleston. I believe the language in option 2, as you alluded to, Councilmember, in your earlier question, has some language where the removal of the exemption would only apply to places where you take the tobacco product out of the establishment.
Okay.
Which meaning that it might not address hookah nights. I'd have to see that again, but I think that was in the slide we looked at.
Well, I don't feel nearly as strongly about places where you don't take it out of the store. I guess that's specifically hookah nights, because I believe that kids can't get in there, right? I wonder if the maker of the motion would support. I actually don't feel terribly strongly either way, but I wonder if the maker of the motion would support option 2 instead of the language as proposed, if that is in fact the only difference.
If the staff would put up the option number 2, because I believe I read that in option 2 is that we don't adopt an ordinance today. It will come back to us in order to adopt what is proposed at a later time. So if we could put that portion of option 2 up so that we can take another look at it, I would appreciate it, just to be certain.
I am working to share that. There is another screen that's sharing that needs to be closed down. Thank you.
While that's coming up, let me just, Phil Vogel here, add to what Brad said. So that's one distinction. You've asked about a distinction between your current motion and option 2. So one important feature is what Brad said, and the other one is a different compliance date. So if we do exactly what the county did, which is what Molly was giving you timelines, it would have a very near-term date close to July 1. What option 2 envisioned is that we would go back to the businesses and other stakeholders and come up with a compliance date that would allow for several things. One is the physical removal of products, the negotiations with the manufacturers, and secondly, more importantly, coming up with a new business plan, changes that these stores would make in their product lines. And that was the second reason for allowing us to come back. So it wouldn't be exactly what Molly said, because what Molly said is what's currently drafted. It exactly mirrors the county ordinance. And so option 2 wasn't that exactly. It was the distinction Brad raised, plus the, let's call it the hookah nights situation, allowing for that. And then secondly, the time that would be allowed for compliance beyond the standard 30 days.
Thank you, Phil and Julie. I'm sorry, I like our original motion and the timeline a lot more. It's a lot more immediate. And like I said earlier, I think every day we wait is a day that someone else gets hurt, damaged.
Okay, I will sit here and wait to hear what all our colleagues say.
Thank you both. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Cruz is correct about this. So if you looked at some of the language on section 4.64.12, which is the to do checks, right? It's actually different from the county, where the checks are less frequent than what the county does. And I don't know how that would work in terms of enforcement if we're not uniform to the county. Because I think I think from what I understand, if we're not uniform to the county, we actually have to do the enforcement ourselves, which, you know, we are already very resource constrained. So to me, it would make sense that we want to mirror the county as much as possible so that they do the enforcement instead of us. Now, from my understanding of this is not right, someone speak up, but that's what I understand about the advantage of going with the county ordinance and making it uniform.
Could I speak up then per your suggestion? Councilmember Tanaka, this is Phil Vogel again. So enforcement has several components to it. So what the county currently does under our agreement with them is the checks on everything except the undercover age checks. The county doesn't do that currently and is not proposing to do that. They see that as a police function and rely on our police department to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Let's see. So yeah, so I think making uniform makes sense. And so this would basically get rid of all flavored throughout the city, right? Just to make sure it's clear.
Yes, if you if we mirror the county ordinance, that gets rid of everything throughout the city, flavored tobacco and vaping.
Okay, and flavored vaping. Okay, perfect. Yeah,
hang on. You said all vaping, so non-flavored too, right?
Right.
Okay. So I was on a vaping panel. I was put on by the Palo Alto Youth Council. It had some, teenagers on there who, used to vape, and it had some health experts. It was actually a pretty, I thought, useful panel. So some of the ideas that came up that I wanted to just bring up to see if maybe we want to make part of this motion. And I'm not, completely set on this. There were a few recommendations that came up. One of them was to ban advertising of all vaping products in the city. And I don't know if we can actually do that or not. So I'd like to hear feedback from staff as to, is that even possible? And then from my colleagues, whether that's something that we should support or not. So I'd love to hear from staff on thoughts on this.
So just I'll start. Advertising restrictions may have First Amendment implications, so that would be something that we would need to look at from in terms of the legal issues.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. So it would take a lot more research then for you guys to figure that out. So if we could, I guess I'd love to hear, and I'm not going to make this as a friendly amendment because I think I'd love to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this, just to see whether it makes sense. But what a lot of the panelists talked about was it's the demand. It's the demand for this product which causes people to vape. Of course, right now we're talking about the supply side, but it's also the demand side. And if we make it less cool, right? As you don't have cute cartoon characters trying to sell us stuff. You don't have advertisement to our youth on this, that it might lessen the demand for the products, for these kind of products. So, so I thought it was a very intriguing idea. I don't know if it's that enforceable though, because I know a lot of the advertising these days is over the internet. So I don't know how we would police it or if it's even possible. And there's also First Amendment rights, so I don't know how that fits in. But I thought it was a good idea. It wasn't my idea, it was actually someone else's idea, but I thought it was a good idea. So I'd love to hear feedback from my colleagues on this. The other suggestion, which I heard, which I also thought was interesting, was that teenagers know how to talk to other teenagers effectively. That was the idea. And so one of the ideas was to have a contest for teens to have anti-vaping campaigns. So basically like negative advertising on vaping. I also thought that was interesting, although I don't know whether us as a city should do it or maybe it's something the school district should handle. But I thought it would be like negative advertising on vaping. I also thought that was interesting, although I don't know whether us as a city should do it or maybe it's something the school district should handle. But I thought it was interesting, so I thought I would bring it up. And then the last thing is, so I thank you staff for having a really great staff report in terms of talking about all the things we brought up on this last time. So on section 5, you talk about, so what about vaping or smoking in public areas? And so you guys have all these different rules. And one of the things that I'm wondering is, should this be uniform across all public spaces? So if you talk to kids in that go to our high school, like Palo or Gun, they will all tell you that vaping is pretty public. My son goes to Palo, he tells me, yeah, there's bathrooms that smell like cotton candy all day long, right? And so should the ban that we have currently for everywhere else but schools be uniform across all public spaces or not? And so I just want to put that out there as another thing for us to think about. But in general, I support this motion, but these were kind of 3 ideas that came up that made me want to bring this up to you guys to see if you guys also thought these were good ideas or not. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine, and thank you, Councilmember Koo, for being quick to put the blue hand up there and get this started. I appreciate that. I want to start actually by saying that staff did exactly what we asked. We asked them to mirror the ordinance with as few exemptions as possible. I remember that being an amendment from one of our colleagues. So I think there've been a few people who might have thought that staff has not responded in the way we directed them to. And I think they've not only done exactly what we asked, but I was impressed with the extensive outreach. Thank you for the report, and which includes also responses to all the comments we've received since we pulled it from consent. So, I feel that the community is very well informed about what we have currently and the options we have going forward. And I'm glad we asked for this because I feel like I have a fuller picture of the impact if we decide to make this change, which I will support. Of course, a couple things have changed since we started this. We have a health crisis that's primarily a respiratory disease, and vaping was an epidemic before we had the pandemic, and people who smoke and vape are really having significant trouble with COVID-19. I do want to acknowledge the severe impact on 4 or 5, we'll see, businesses. And I think Councilmember Koo put it so well that, this is a very tough time. Councilmember Philseth as well. It's horrible to have to make things worse. But this is a public health issue. It was then, it is now, even more so. And I thank the member of the public who mentioned that not having a level playing field also, isn't a great way for us to operate. We've discussed testing, the enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. I guess I just have one question. I don't understand Hookah Nights. I've never been there. How old do you have to be to go inside? Is there some restriction on how old you have to be? Does staff know?
Yes, it's 21.
You have to be 21.
So the reports about kids going there when they're 18, those are just apocryphal, right? When they turn 18, maybe that was in the old days. Okay. All right, 21, that's very helpful. Okay, so I thank all the members of the public who've worked on this for a long time. This is a tough problem, and I'm gonna repeat what we said when we began this, which I think was in December, which is this is not gonna solve it, right? Even if we do this, this is not gonna solve this problem, but it will send a signal that we want means restriction. So thank you, Councilmember Koo and Councilmember Vilsack.
Councilmember Nis.
You are all correct. This will not solve the problem. It's very tempting to vote for this, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to. I am sorry about what happened at Max. I don't know if that happens a lot or doesn't, or what the situation was. Max is sort of a piece of Palo Alto that we're just kind of casually, and may not seem casual, but it will seem casual outside, that we are going to include this in a very overriding ordinance that we're discussing. I'm the public health professional, and I'm the one who's going to vote against this. But I think a shop like Max is only one of a kind. And what I can remember is when I couldn't find the New York Times anyplace else 15 or 20 years ago, it used to be difficult, I could go to Max and they had it. So I know for the rest of you, it must really puzzle you that I would not be supporting this. And I actually did support it at the county. But I feel I feel we're in the caught of this terrible, terrible epidemic. We're going to kill off our small stores right and left. I would have given Max another chance. So I'm a no on this one.
Thanks, Councilmember Nis. So appreciate the discussion here and all the input we've had. Councilmember Cormack said two things I agree with. So one is this is the process we asked for staff to look at this and figure out a way to further restrict smoking and flavored smoking and vaping products. And I think that both proposed ordinances do that. The science is clear on the danger here. That hasn't changed before or after this COVID crisis. People, adults and youth, I think in Palo Alto understand the danger of tobacco products. I don't think that's in doubt. There are reasonable steps we can take to protect youth. And I think we can also allow, adults to legally purchase vices, to be frank, right? And so I won't be supporting this. What worries me is, on the one hand, we are significantly limiting the ability of adults to purchase tobacco products in Palo Alto, which is completely legal. And while it seems like there are certainly some enforcement issues, I don't think those are insurmountable. And I think the steps laid out in option one begin to address that, and it's something we can continue to work on. I would really also caution us from enforcing or creating new policies based on anecdotal, even if true, reports of lack of follow through in the regulation. So that just stood out to me. Adult only businesses, as described in this report, haven't been part of the problem. There's no expansion of adult only stores, and there's additional restrictions on those adult only stores. So it seems pretty clear where the votes are going to go on this. I'm not going to try a substitute motion, but I'll also just align myself with Councilmember Nis. We're about to run 5 stores out of Palo Alto, and that worries me in any circumstance, but especially in these circumstances. I don't know. It just seems a little too far. We're essentially saying no tobacco sales in Palo Alto, period. And, you know, it's a legal thing. And like, would we do the same with alcohol in a couple of years? Like, I don't know. It's not exactly what I envision for our community. So I know it's going to disappoint a lot of people, but it seems like this will still pass. I believe the only person who hasn't spoken yet is Vice Mayor Du Bois, and then I think it would encourage us just to vote.
Yeah, thank you. And I did have one more quick question. I mean, so option 2 as proposed would allow cigar rooms as well, right? Don't we have some restaurants in town that have cigar rooms and cigar selling?
You do.
Yes, there are 7 of what we're calling adult-only stores, and 2 of them are more focused on cigars, and so we're not included in the businesses we were expecting to have severe financial impacts.
Right. So I want to say I've been a really strong supporter of our ordinances that prevent secondhand smoke, and I worked pretty hard on our update that extended protections to from outdoors to multifamily housing. But to me, this is a different issue, and it really is a question about how far do we go to prevent adults of legal age from buying a product they want. And so we have these 7 businesses. Some of them are very long-standing businesses, as Councilmember Niss has pointed out, and they've been responsible stores in our city. We don't have a history of problems with these stores. And, you know, we basically gotten multiple communications that this ordinance is going to put some of them out of business. And I mean, staff has made it clear that unlike Oakland, which had 5 adult-only stores when they passed their ordinance, but grew to more than 50, we would not allow additional stores. So we are basically giving these 5 stores time to amortize out and change. So like Councilmember Niss and Councilmember Fine, I find myself oddly against this motion. I'm not a smoker or heavy drinker. I don't use hookahs. I've even given up coffee, but I think we should allow adults to purchase these things if they want to do so. I do think we're protecting kids with the staff's proposal. I'm satisfying. We're putting in the most strict requirements in the county. And if council members have specific concerns about these 7 businesses, we heard from La Bogota earlier, they're one that have a cigar room. I'd like to hear, you know, what the concerns are in these adult-only stores. I understand the emotional urge to outright ban all of these stores and run them out of town. I really think it's government overreach, and it goes beyond what we need to do to protect kids. So I was supportive of the original staff proposal. I would be supportive of a more surgical approach if there are specific concerns about specific stores. And at a minimum, I think we should give time to these businesses to transition their business. Option 2 had a 4-month transition period. Again, I don't have a problem with on-premise consumption. I think Hemingway's, La Bogota, Hookah Lounge, these are not places that are a problem, and I really think we're overreaching here.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Koo, I see your hand up.
I do have a question for staff. Do I understand that if we do not mirror the county's ordinance, that they will not do enforcement?
That is what they've told us to this point. And Phil may want to speak a little further on this. Our intention, if council did adopt the staff recommendation, was to go back to them once we essentially had that approved ordinance in hand and have that conversation again.
But there's no guarantee that we will get their enforcement. And at this point, I don't believe we are in this city, our staff is able to conduct the necessary enforcement.
Let me amplify a little bit what Brad said there. So it would be our intention, frankly, no matter what you decide tonight, to go back to the county and continue an ongoing dialogue that we've had for a long time with them on this. Right now, we're their only partner, quote unquote, that has adult only stores. So if you, whatever you decide on that, we'll go back and see what we can work out with the county. Enforcement, like I was saying before, divides itself into two parts. One part is the non-underage part of enforcement, which are, well, everything but the underage checks. That is the part that the county is doing now. It's a once a year visit. Frankly, there's 22 stores. We visit these stores anyway for other compliance reasons. It's not a big deal, frankly, for us to add that on to existing programs with a very, a cost that would be offset by the permit fees that we would get, that the county gets now. That's one type of enforcement. The second type of enforcement is the underage checks. And the county doesn't do that now. The county isn't proposing to do that. They see that as a police function, and our police department does that currently and would do that either way in the future.
I appreciate that, Phil. Forgive me for having heard about enforcement all these years, and it hasn't exactly come through. So yeah, at this point, you know, I understand what council members have said that are opposing this. At the same time, I believe, you know, there is importance to address children's health, the youth's health, and I'm really hoping that the businesses will adapt. They have adapted in the years before, past years, but I think there's a lot at stake, so I hope you support, and I hope that we'll get this passed tonight. But thank you for the conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Okay, I'm going to try something that may take a few people off. I'd like to make a substitute motion for option number 1.
Second.
Thank you. I don't need to speak to it. This is the less restrictive option that allows our 5 or 6 adult-only stores to remain in Palo Alto. I'd suggest we just vote on it rather than discussing. I'm just testing to see if it works.
Could I ask that it be put back up so we can all see it?
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Absolutely.
Oops. One moment.
Substitute is item number 1. Is that correct to the clerk? That's number 1 there?
Yes, this is motion option 1 from the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you. Suggest we just vote on this quickly and see where it goes. Councilmember Cormack. You're on mute.
Sorry, we're voting?
Yes.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Councilmember, I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Shanaka.
No.
Okay, that fails. I will move option number 2.
I will second that, but I think we should talk about it a little bit.
Sure. I just wanted to see where the middle is. So in this case, I actually think option number 2 is a little more surgical than the motion just to copy the county ordinance. And per Mr. Bobel's comments, I actually like this approach of crafting our own ordinance and then working with the county to work out the regulation parameters. So that's my comments there. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think I just want to be really clear on timing because I heard Councilmember Koo's concern that this one would take longer. My understanding is we would implement the initial ordinance in the same time frame as the county, as the original proposal. But this also says that staff would come back at a future date to eliminate the current exemption for adult stores. So again, it gives them, I think, some time, right? Is that the way you read this? But the initial ordinance wouldn't still come to us in the June timeframe?
It would still have a first and a second reading, as far as I understand.
Yeah. Okay, so again, like I said before, I think we need to give these adult-only businesses some time. We're changing the rules on them. It's just very, I would say this for almost any business. You don't just shut them down immediately. You give them some time to adapt.
So I want to open this up to any discussion. First, I saw Councilmember Cormack.
My reading is not consistent with what the Vice Mayor just said, so I wonder if staff could help us understand the substitute motion. Because if we're modifying it and returning to council at a future date, we're not on the track to bring it back in June and have it effective in line with the county. Is that right?
That's right. I think the intention here was that once we had this guidance from council, we would go back and talk to the stores and develop a recommendation for essentially the ultimate timeline for these products to be phased out, and then bring a proposed ordinance back to council that included that.
So there's really no time frame we can put in here because we don't know how long that will take.
You could direct us to have a specific time frame.
I'm sorry, I thought this included basically passing option 1 and then coming back with the second ordinance. But I guess not. My apologies.
The two were meant to be kind of mutually exclusive. So you'd either adopt what we have tonight with the future plans as outlined under option 1, or you'd direct us to go back with the county's ordinance, mirroring the county's ordinance, except for a couple of areas. One would be looking at the hookah nights situation, and secondly, the time frame for the effective date with respect to the adult-only stores.
Okay. Do I still have the floor, Mayor Fine? I think I still have the floor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Boble. I think I'm going to be willing to support this. I'm just going to test my understanding. We would be in colloquial language, we've been removing the exemption for adult-only stores. We would not be doing it immediately. We would figure out how long that time frame would be. It's got to be less than 6 months as far as I'm concerned. And then the question I have, I don't understand, because this says for what this does for the hookah lounge. How does this substitute motion affect the hookah lounge?
Well, it's tied up in that right in the middle of that paragraph where it says where the subject products leave the store. In other words,
so their business would not be affected then.
Right, because their products don't leave the store.
Okay. All right. I think I'm going to be willing to support this. I'll look forward to seeing what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Next, I had Councilmember Niss.
Phil, I don't see an enormous difference, but I guess I guess you're seeing more shades than I do. But what you're saying is introduce a future effective compliance date that would allow the other 4 impacted stores time to sell or remove their current inventory. What does that mean?
Well, that's not a big step. That is just to get rid of the stuff on the shelves, have enough time to negotiate with the people they got it from on the finances of who's going to pay for those things. That's short. That can be done in a couple of months. But the second part, it says, and modify their business model to address the exemption. So that's the more important part, which several council people have alluded to, rather than drop this on them overnight, sort of with a very short time frame, allow us to go back and have discussions with them and the other stakeholders too, and try to come up with a reasonable date for them to eliminate the sale of all these products.
Well, I don't know these businesses well enough to know whether the businesses we're discussing would have any opportunity to alter their business model in such a way that they could continue to stay in business in the downtown area. So, so I'm not going to support it, but I think that it's a rather, I'm not quite sure that that's our job to, I guess you're saying we could help them modify their business model, or maybe you're simply saying somebody will modify their business model.
Yeah, we're not going to modify that, Phil again, we're not going to modify their business model. The thing we heard from other stakeholders was that this has occurred in other parts. San Francisco got mentioned, where the business changed what they're selling, introduced new products, and were able to continue in business. And having heard this from stakeholders through our public process, it seemed worth a shot. But not that we would do this business model, we would just allow some time for implementation. And that's really the only difference, the only key difference between this substitute motion and just directing us to go back and bring the exact county ordinance. The exact county ordinance has this July 1 date in it, which frankly isn't being addressed by any of the other cities. And with the passage of time, it just has made it a very difficult situation to put these business owners in. So it's more with the passage of time and these two factors that we outline that led us to put this into the substitute, what became your substitute motion.
Well, when it comes back, depending on what it looks like, I might vote for it then, but I'd like to spend some time. I don't hang out in these stores very often, to be quite often, and I'd like to go take a look at them. So I'm going to give myself that field trip opportunity and perhaps support it when it comes back, but not tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
You know, I can consider the portion that says for the products remaining within the property, but I don't think I can accept the part that is gonna have to come back at a later date. And in addition to that, again, I say that there is the county enforcement. They're not only, they take care of implementation, permitting, and enforcement. And they would do the enforcement that the city wants. So, and I know that representatives from the county health department is on the call. If you want to ask them, I'm sure they're there. I see Nicole Cox's name on our, who's participating. But, you know, I still think that time is of the essence in this, and we've been dilly-dallying on this for long enough. It's just time to implement something that is strong and meaningful for the youth. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Philseth.
You know, I could almost support this too, and I'm the seconder on the other one. The one thing I'm looking at is sort of time to modify their business model seems pretty vague to me. I mean, it could be, it could be 6 weeks or it could be 2 years. So I wonder if the maker and the seconder of the substitute motion to try to put a time frame on it, sort of to bound it a little bit. Yeah, July 1st is 6 weeks away. That's not a lot of time to close out your business. I understand the need to, you know, to do it quickly, but there must be something between 6 weeks and whenever.
I think that's reasonable. Mr. Vice Mayor, would, and Councilmember Phil said something like 6 months reasonable? Are you talking like 3 months?
I think COVID-19 adds an interesting wrinkle, right? It's makes it even harder. So I would maybe go with 6 months.
I would be happy to do that. So maybe at the end we just do a compliance date within 6 months. Is that Councilmember Philseth reasonable? I'm not.
6 months is that's November or something like that. That's pretty generous. I mean, Councilmember Cormack, what do you think?
6 months is the outer bound. I think if we think about phases, I don't know. It's late. I'm in split the difference mode, but I think we should ask staff. Like,
yeah.
So just to clarify, council members, so under this motion, no ordinance would be adopted tonight or before your break. So the council would not take any action on the ordinance that's before you or the an alternative ordinance to mirror the county ordinance. Those are the two pieces of material that we have prepared. One is before you tonight and one could easily be before you. So this would be a new ordinance, and you're now talking about a date for us to come back with a new ordinance. Is Mr. Boble and Mr. Eggleston, is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
okay, so you could come back in, let's say August, when we're back in session, and it could be effective in September, hypothetically?
Well, any ordinance takes 2 readings and plus 30 days to be effective. So it's about, you figure about 45 days from the time that you vote on it. So, and it takes staff a while to write a staff report. You have a 11-day publication schedule. So you're talking about a longer period of time than that. And that all assumes that all the policy work has been done and the concepts are developed. So I don't know from public works staff what the time frame would be on that part of it.
Is this just not exactly the county ordinance, except that with an exemption for the products that don't leave the store and a grace period? Otherwise, isn't it exactly the same as the county ordinance?
Yes, those are the two differences. And it wouldn't take a huge amount of time for us to make.
Let's do 3 months then. Is that okay for staff?
Well, what we were talking about is the amount of time to develop the ordinance. And what I thought your 6 months was time to comply with the ordinance.
That's what I thought it was.
Councilmember Philseth, I'm looking to you on this one.
So if they bring back the ordinance, whenever, but the compliance date is no later than, what's 3 months? Is that September 1st? Is that what that is?
Okay, so we could bring back the ordinance after your break, probably promptly after your break. And then you can decide from there what the compliance date would be.
Well, can the compliance date be September 1st?
Not if your break is until the early part of August, because again, you need 2 readings in 30 days. So
it seems like the earliest in that instance would be early October.
Would a compliance date as soon as possible?
Yeah, right. I guess I'm sorry. I started to drag this out. I'm still confused though. The original motion, which is implement the county ordinance, is doable before we go on break. But option 2 here, which is almost identical to the county ordinance, can't be done until after the break. Why is that?
So if that's the commitment from the staff, that all we're doing is the county ordinance with an exception for products that don't leave the store and a 6 month or September, October, whatever the date is, compliance date, then that could be done on a very short time frame. To be perfectly honest, we have been working on this project for months and months and months with many iterations. And so if the direction is that clear, we can do that. If the direction moves in a different direction, then I cannot make that commitment to you as the person who needs to support the drafting part after the policy work has been done. The policy needs to be clear and then we can execute it.
Okay. I think our intent is exactly what Councilmember Filseth was saying, which is the county ordinance with an exemption for on-site use or no takeaways, I guess you can call it. And then a phased elimination of these businesses that will be regulated. And ideally, I think the date is, sometime around end of summer before school starts again.
We can do that.
Okay. Does this convey that?
I could support that.
Can I just check with the attorney? Does this convey that?
Your comments have conveyed that. So we have the transcript to refer back to.
All right, let's stick with that. Thank you, Councilmember Filseth, for those questions and figuring out the details. Next, I had Councilmember Tanaka.
I think one thing about, and I'd like to have staff clarify this for me, that I think option 2 here says that they get this right in perpetuity. So these 4 stores, is it 4 stores or 5 stores, get this right forever, even if they sell the shop to someone else. They keep this right continues, runs with the store. Is that right? Versus
that's correct.
Okay, and versus the county, it doesn't. Well, actually, county is just totally banned, so it doesn't matter. So I think the intent here is to help. Well, I guess I'm just going to ask the maker of the motion whether we could not have it grandfathered, where it ends with the current owner.
I mean, that's another wrinkle, right? Which is more akin to motion 1, right? Where we allow them to persist for the time being, and they can be.
Oh, no, I think I'm talking about this is just a hookah bar. That's so basically the hookah bar. It's done, right?
Well, I mean, the option number 1 says no new adult only stores. Right, so that's actually my preference overall. I'm trying to get a motion that is somewhat of a compromise where it is achieving the goal that it seems to be a majority of council wants to make it illegal to sell any of these products in Palo Alto, but at the same time gives those businesses which will be affected some breathing room to offload their merchandise and potentially convert their business model, although I understand that's unlikely. So that's what the substitute's there for.
Yeah. So no, the first one I definitely couldn't support. This one I'm trying to understand a little bit better. So okay, so for the hookah bar, okay, so hookah bar under this motion, it's only the hookah bar that can keep selling, right?
Correct.
That's right. Under your substitute motion, as you've worded it there, it's just the hookah bar that would be left, the hookah lounge that would be left with an exemption, and therefore the whole concept of being able to sell to someone else only applies to them. And the package that we had prepared was one that then allowed that business, in this case, just the hookah lounge, to sell its business to someone else. So unless you direct us otherwise, that's what we'd bring back. But you could direct us to eliminate that from our thinking and to not allow the hookah lounge to owners to sell someone else and retain the license or permit.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was asking the maker of the motion, but I don't know if the maker of the motion seems to accept that or not. It seems like, I don't know. Would you?
Sorry, what is the amendment to this?
Just what Phil just said.
I think the amendment he wants is to clarify that the hookah lounge on sale of ownership would not have the buyer would not have the ability to continue that business.
So I just don't like that because it's really about one business. If there are a class of businesses here, I'd be open to it, but
and again, think Bodhigita also is the
Yeah.
same as the hookah lounge. It's not just one, right? Is it 2 or 3?
This is Brad. Bodhigita doesn't sell, I believe, flavored tobacco or vapes. So they did not need the exemption to continue.
It's regular cigars and
right.
Yeah, I think that's right. And the other one also. So the 2 tobacco stores don't need the exemption, and having it disappear for them is not a problem for them. So I would just let it go ahead and disappear. One of them, the product does move off-site. The other one is mixed. So it is more clean, and it wouldn't affect them to just let the exemption discontinue for them.
Okay, so so the hookah lounge currently and those owners would be able to keep off. I guess they're not really selling. They're still selling it, but there's not allowing people to take it off premise, like cotton candy flavored vapes, right? Is that basically what this is allowing?
Yeah, flavored. It wouldn't restrict the types of flavorings. They could sell any. They could allow hookah activity with any flavor, the way we would likely structure it.
Okay. Because, I mean, I think people who are addicted to tobacco probably don't need the cotton candy flavor or whatever flavor it has to be. I mean, they want the nicotine, so they're probably okay. Why do we have to allow them? I mean, they could still offer their hookah. What do you guys call it? Is it hookah? Whatever whatever that machine's called. It's not a vaping machine, but whatever it's called. Why do they have to offer flavored versions of it? Like because isn't that the main use that tobacco manufacturers use to hook kids, is to disguise the bad taste of tobacco with flavor, so because I think tobacco by itself is not very good tasting, right? So I guess I'm trying to understand why does a hookah lounge need to offer flavored smoke? Why not just have them, because the people that are doing it are people who are adults, right? People who are already hooked to tobacco. So why is it necessary to offer flavored?
I can't speak to them. It's recreational, right?
We asked him that question, Councilmember Tanaka. We said, well, what if you didn't offer flavored, you just offered regular tobacco? They said, well, that's what people want. That they come in there for flavored experience. And I should point out that we're very confident with their system of keeping youth out of the store. There is like in a restaurant, when you first walk in, there's a greeter. Same thing occurs here. That person cards you. You don't enter the store unless you're under 21, and then you don't leave with anything anyway. So they did seem very different than our other stores.
But I mean, you hear about kids who borrow other people's driver's license and they have fake IDs. I mean, doesn't that happen? People just kind of sneak in anyways. Like how closely regulated is this?
It's almost like
they only have one door.
Bar.
Yeah, they only have one door, and there's a person standing there.
Right there.
And you have to go through that person. One augmentation that was suggested by others is a card reader, which lends, and that could become a requirement. We were considering it, but didn't get that far along with it. Max now has a card reader, tells you whether the ID is a valid ID, and then it reads out your age. So there's no discussion about it.
I need to jump in. It's 11:45. I think I have helped us lose the trail of this discussion. There are a few options here. The main motion would bring us into compliance in total with the county tobacco ordinance by July, at which point all these stores would be illegal. There is an alternative where we can allow something like the hookah lounge to persevere And then there's a third option, which is to post-date the ordinance so that these 4 impacted adult-only stores have time to sell their current inventory. Those are the choices. And it seems like there's a majority of council that wants to come into compliance with the Santa Clara County ordinance. And I'm not sure if there's a majority of council that wants to support or exempt the hookah lounge. And then I'm not sure about the lag time in terms of allowing those businesses to sell their inventory. So I'd encourage us to focus on those 3 things. It's 11:45.
Well, I guess I was trying to see if I could get behind this. I mean, for me, I think the kind of 3 things I could say off the bat would be like a card reader, not having license transferable, and 3 months, right, instead of 6. So it's up to the maker.
I'm not going to add anything about the card reader and the license transferable. No, this is one business, and as I said, I don't think it's fair to grandfather one specific business, to put a grandfathering on that one specific business.
Didn't we already change the time?
Yeah, I think the time we agreed, we're going to do it as soon as possible. If we can remove that within 6 months, please. We're going to do it as soon as possible before the break, and per our earlier instructions. And then after the break, and at that point, we will also decide the date upon which the regulations go into effect.
So Mr. Mayor, you want the item to come back as an action item then, so that you can decide that date? Or do you want to decide it now and then we can bring it back on consent?
Let's decide that date now. I think Councilmember Filseth had suggested September 1st.
If we get both readings done in June and then we have our 30-day referendum period, it goes into effect in July with an operational date in September, July, August, September. That works from a legal procedural standpoint. It will just be an issue for the staff in terms of letting the county know that we've deviated a little bit from the dates.
So with somebody introduce a future effective compliance date of September 1st. So Councilmember Tanaka, any other questions? Or
Madam Clerk, yeah. Oh, right, that's fine.
Well, I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to get the middle, right? I was ready to vote for the first motion. I'm trying to get behind this one, but I mean, there's a few things that I like to see, but if they can't be accepted, then I guess not.
Okay. Everybody's hands went up, but next, Councilmember Cormack, I had you on my list, but you've lowered your hand. Okay. Councilmember Koo.
The original motion would be adopted today and it would go into effect before we go on break?
No.
No.
There would not be an ordinance adopted today. We would come back with an ordinance before your break. So probably first reading June 1st, or the next meeting after that, and a second reading also in June. And it would mirror the county ordinance, except that it would have an exception for flavored tobacco products in adult-only stores where the product does not leave the premises.
Oh, this is the original motion. I was just trying to figure out the dates, on the original motion, just to mirror the county.
So on that one, if the original motion passes tonight, we will need to come back with a first reading of that ordinance on June 1st,
right.
And then a second reading 2 weeks later. And then it does take 30 days before it goes into effect. So we'll miss by a few weeks the county's July 1st implementation date. But my guess would be that would not cause major problems in terms of working with the county, but the staff needs to tell you that.
Okay, but mostly it mirrors in all other regards except for that missed date of July, in July.
Yes, that would be your motion, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so no matter what, the substantive motion still takes a lot longer. There's still uncertainty in terms of enforcement, and to my, and I just can't accept that. I might not, it seems like there is going to be a majority on this, but it leaves the youth who have worked on their survey with the Palo Alto Youth Council and many other youth who have worked on this for a couple of years now, and a lot of the parents are still not going to get peace of mind. So no, I'm sorry, I will not be supporting this at all.
Councilmember Niss, and then I suggest we vote on the substitute.
Good. I'm not supporting this for all the reasons I said before, but I need to ask Phil, are you still on, Phil, someplace?
Yes.
So Phil, what essentially this does is closes down 4 stores completely? Unless
we
they
anticipate that, yes.
Unless they completely change their business model, right?
We anticipate that, yes.
So that puts us in the same conundrum that the public health department has been in at the county. When is it the economy? When is it the health? So these are tough, and there's no question that this is good for kids, hopefully, if that gets enforced. But it also does mean that 4 stores will have to remove themselves from here in some way, or remodel, or do something that is quite different, just to establish that is the end product. Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack, I'll let you speak because you haven't spoken yet to this.
Mr. Vogel, if you think the substitute motion will have the same end effect as the original motion, is that what you're saying? Even if we give people more time, they're still going to go out of business in the substitute motion?
That's what we anticipate, yes. It might take a while. In other words, a place like Max that has other products would try to hang on. The 3 who really don't have any other products would probably have to close relatively immediately.
So the substitute motion is prolonging the pain in some way of thinking. I'm cognizant of saying that as it approaches midnight, prolonging the pain here. Okay. All right, so I just think the substitute motion then just takes longer. I had thought that it would provide some relief valve for the businesses that are most affected, but I'm not hearing you say that.
Well, the only relief valve is a little more time, but not much more time as you've crafted it.
And Councilmember Cormack, can I also add that it includes allowing the hookah nights business to continue?
Because they have flavored, and flavored is captured under the main motion.
Correct, and because the substitute motion continues the exemption for stores where the product does not leave the store.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to suggest we vote on this. Sorry if I've led us down a rat hole, everyone. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
All vote yes. Councilmember Niss.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, that fails on a 4-3 vote with myself, the Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Filseth in support. We are now back to the main motion. If we could please clear the board. Can we just clear all the hands, please? Just helps me keep track. Okay, if you want to speak to the main motion by Councilmember Koo and Filseth, please raise your hand. Nobody? Shall we vote? Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yep.
Myself is a no. Councilmember Niss.
No.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay. That passes on a 4-3 vote with myself, Vice Mayor Du Bois, and Councilmember Niss voting no. Thank you all for that long discussion. We cleared up some issues, and let's just do our absolute best to get the word out to those affected businesses and help them with this transition. All right, that ends our action calendar for the night. Thank you, everyone. Let's now go to council member questions, comments, and announcements, although we are 4 minutes to midnight, so hopefully it's brief.
I'm going to announce I'm going to bed.
Thank you. Council member Filseth.
Yeah, just briefly, we got 6 proposals back from the request for proposals for the auditor services, which legal is looking at now to make sure that they're all in order. This week, the evaluation committee, which is me, Greg Larson from Management Partners, and Larry Klein actually has offered to help, are gonna do a preliminary evaluation of those. Next week, the CAO committee will look at them, and the plan is that the whole council will do closed session interviews for the auditor individual from whichever firm we choose the week of July, or the week of June 1st. So we got a good number of proposals, and so that's good news. Thank you.
Thanks for the update, and thanks for your and the CAO committee's work on that.
Thank you, Eric.
Councilmember Ku.
So there was an email from Avenidas that had gone out that says that there was a proposal to the California state budget to completely eliminate community-based adult services as of January 1, 2021. CBAS is the Medi-Cal funded portion of the adult day health care and essential health program that protects the very people who are most at risk from COVID-19 because of their age and underlying health conditions. Could I ask the mayor to instruct, to have city manager and staff to look into this, and if necessary for us, for the council to write a letter?
Right. Absolutely.
This is very disturbing, you know, cutting services or eliminating to seniors.
Understood. I haven't heard of the specific proposal, but Mr. City Manager, if we could just do a quick look at that and update the council. I do know I spoke to Assembly Member Berman the other day, and while we're looking at $40 million in reductions, the state's looking at $54 billion. So a lot of changes afoot, but absolutely, we can look into that. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you, everybody. It's 11:58 and our meeting is adjourned. Thanks all.